Good morning. Welcome to the Committee on Government Efficiency. We have been trying for several months to get together, and with everyone's busy schedule, it didn't work out. So I'm so glad that we are able to get together today and go over some of the important information that has been provided. So committee members and those who have access, all the documents are on the S drive. It is under our usual Senate committees, the Government Efficiency Committee, and if you scroll to the bottom, there's a folder that's interim, and it should be there. So if you have any trouble, let us know. We do have a full agenda today. Tomorrow is a little bit lighter, although I think the topics are very important. That was just basically due for the committee's understanding due to conferee schedules and availability. So this morning, we do have Secretary/Director Adam Prophet, who the morning is basically his, I think, for the most part this morning. And we will start with an update on unfilled positions and building space usage. Welcome, Secretary Prophet.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. How are you guys doing this morning? Good? All right. Now that we're, if we could act this way during questions, that would be fantastic. As mentioned, my name is Adam Prophet. I am the Secretary of Administration. I also serve as the State Budget Director. Quite a few topics to cover today. Looks like the first couple I'm going to be covering in my capacity as Secretary of Administration, and then we'll move into my capacity as Director of the Budget, or State Budget Director. I did bring quite an entourage behind me. I found that part of good leadership is ensuring that you have other leaders in your organization ready to stand behind you and come forward and provide information when necessary. So as long as the chair is okay with it, I'll be introducing folks from my team throughout our testimony here in our opening remarks. So as mentioned, we'll just move on into the unfilled positions portion. So this is in relation to Section 149 of Senate Bill 125, 2025 Senate Bill 125, which provides that the Director of Personnel Services, who is here today, is to track any positions that are vacant for all or part of the year and that are also funded by SGF. And at June 1st of 2026, we are the Director of the Budget then is to identify the portion of SGF that was used to support these positions that were not filled for a portion of the year. And then between June 1st and June 30th of 2026, Director of the Budget is to then certify the amount of SGF that would be lapsed in consultation with Director of Legislative Research, Shirley Morrow. So because we are so early in the fiscal year and the date by which we're supposed to have that certification ready, I don't have any firm numbers to provide to the committee. We don't have a table set up today that is tracking the positions by agency, but I will say that my Director of OPS is able to track positions throughout the year. So that's something he and I have discussed at our past couple of one-on-ones over the past month, that here in the next couple of weeks we need to get a mechanism in place where we can at least build the table and start having the data available to us. It's critical to note that no matter what he tracks, as we mentioned last session, our budget system doesn't tie to the accounting system or to the HR system. So we're going to have to pull the information on positions from our HR system, which is known as SHARP, and then we're going to have to do a cross-reference into the budget system to see which FTEs were vacant and funded throughout the year. So I say all that to say it's not as simple as just doing a simple data pull out of a tool in our system. We're going to have to kind of mesh a couple of together. We've done that in the past. We can do that again. I just want to provide some context for what that effort is going to look like. So the goal will be that, as we get closer to legislative session, we'll have a tracking mechanism in place and we can at least provide an update on where some agencies might be relative to this effort. I believe the effort, and I'll let the chair correct me if I'm wrong, because I think we spent some time talking about this during session. This provision is really in place to ensure that agencies aren't budgeting for FTEs, knowing that maybe something won't be filled, and then at the end of the year, if there's free money or unspent money, redirecting those monies to something else to purchase, say, laptops or some other form of expenditure that wasn't budgeted for FTEs. And if I'm wrong, I would welcome a correction. So I want to make sure that this committee knows that we've been crystal clear with all the agencies that even though we have not yet started the reporting, this is in place. This is coming. We are going to be watching this throughout session. So, I have regular contact with the cabinet secretaries and their CFOs, so I've made it clear with them. We have the governor's support to make sure that we are following strictly what the law says, making sure we move forward with that. We also have quarterly, what we call non-cabinet meetings. So agency heads from agencies that are not part of the cabinet get together once a quarter. My team leads a session to give them updates on what's happening throughout government. This is a topic we've covered with them as well. So there's no shortage of direction being provided to the agencies that this is coming and we're going to be tracking this. We've also made it clear that we shouldn't be trying to manage this number, so to speak. I don't think anybody would, but just want to make sure that, there aren't any available avenues to manage this number that somebody might otherwise take advantage of. So we'll be watching it pretty closely. We've also mentioned as we gear up for budget season that as you begin next year's budget cycle for fiscal 27, we shouldn't be budgeting any differently, right? So just budget for the resources that you need to operate your agency to include FTEs and the funding associated with that. And again, we'll work through this process and have it play out. But again, the intent is to return any unspent SGF dollars that were intended to support these positions that weren't utilized for these positions throughout the year and make sure they go back to the SGF and aren't redirected to other forms of expenditures. That is effectively the update that I've got on that topic, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move into the building space utilization if you'd like, or I can answer questions on this topic first if you prefer.
Any questions on the unfilled FTEs? I'm glad to hear that, Secretary, and you are right. I think the concern is using those unfilled position allocations for things other than staffing and paying for staff members who literally aren't there and then using the funds for something else. So appreciate the diligence and the oversight on that. Any other questions? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Refresh my memory, they cannot use those traveling nurses, for instance. They can't be paid out of that SGF. It's paid out of a different account. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, if I may, yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. So there are a couple of different buckets of funding. When you're talking about state employees, the budget unit that it would come from would be salaries and wages, right? It's very clear where that comes from. If you're talking about augmenting unfilled positions with staff, that comes generally through contractual services, which is a different budget unit. Now, full transparency, I've gotten the question, hey, I've got 10 positions, making a number up, 10 positions that I need to have funded for this very small operation. I can only find 5 FTEs. But I need 10 bodies to perform function X, to create widgets. I've hired 5 temporary staff to fill that need. Does that count? I'm using it on salaries to support that function. That's sort of an unknown. The proviso is sort of silent on that. But the intent is going to be to keep it as pure as possible. We want to make sure that we're following what the intent was and what the discussion that we had during session was. So we'll be sure that whatever the number is, we're clear about where those monies are coming from and where they're going back to.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And yes, in order for us to get an accurate picture of budget and how much money is needed, if there is a need elsewhere that they're using that for, we need to separate that out and acknowledge and address that and not use funds in a way that's not intended. So I think that's the heart of what we're trying to get at. Any other questions before we move on to space? Okay, please proceed.
All right, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one, building space usage, I think I'm hitting the mark for what this committee's after, so I'm going to go through the materials that we provided. If there are any questions that remain unanswered at the end, obviously I'd be happy to answer those. If I missed topically altogether, I'd be happy to answer on the fly and pivot and come back with any follow-ups. But we did provide, I think, one single packet of information that is supposed to be in sequential order. So it should be on my letterhead. It says Department of Administration, Committee on Government Efficiency, September 9th, and it has table of contents. Do you all have that? Okay. I don't think the pages are numbered, but if you go to the second page, what we provided here is a table of the buildings in the Capitol complex. And yeah, mostly in the Capitol complex, we do have the old Forbes KDHE lab on there. And what we're trying to demonstrate is a couple of things. One, how much office space, how many buildings, how many parking spaces, how much land is Department of Administration responsible for maintaining and doing the upkeep on. So you can think of a building, and if a building has 400,000 square feet, but 100,000 square feet of offices, we're not just maintaining the offices, we're maintaining the entirety of the 400,000 square feet. And you get into a building like this, we're actually maintaining cubic feet. When you think about the walls and keeping those good and the heating elements that go along with heating a building like this, there's also the grounds that surround each of the buildings that my team is responsible for, the upkeep, the maintenance, the beautification of the land. So we try to kind of capture to the best that we can how much is we're responsible for in D of A. So the first column here just lists each of the buildings, and then next to that, you have the total square footage. And again, as I alluded to, that's just the total square footage of a building, all encompassing. I believe it includes the common areas as well as the office space. The next column, you have leasable office, and then you have vacant office after that, and then storage, vacant storage, IT rooms, and plans for vacant space. I want to draw your attention to a couple of numbers on here. So if you slide your finger down to the bottom two in that first table, State House and Kansas Judicial Center, you'll see that the Kansas State House and Judicial Center have 459,000 square feet and 128,000 square feet respectively, right? Next to that, there's 0 leasable office space. That's because we do not collect rent. Department of Administration doesn't collect rent for these two buildings like we do the other state office buildings. We're not charging the Judicial Center rent for occupying that building. Likewise, we don't charge the legislature rent for occupying this building, nor do we charge the governor's office rent for occupying this building. So we collect no revenues for these buildings. That's important when you get into the monumental surcharge discussion, which is kind of a separate track, but we have a separate fee that we collect to make sure that we have money, appropriate levels of money to maintain the 600,000 square feet of this building plus the surrounding property. If you move up to the Docking State Office building, it's about halfway down that table, you'll see it's 175,000 square feet of building. That's above grade, so floors 1, 2, and 3, what we reconstructed and went vertical with. And we've got about 73,000 square feet of leased office space right now. And I'll talk about the agencies that are moving in there in just a moment. We do have about 9,000 square feet that is currently not leased, it's unassigned, and it's in what we call a white box format. And what that means is it's literally just an open space that has carpet, white paint, ceilings. So there's no offices, there's no cubicles, there's no workstations, there's no anything else. So we'll have to outfit that once we identify an agency to go in there. But that's the only available office space that we have remaining in that building. And you might think, we only have 84,000 square feet of leasable office space and 175,000 square foot of building. Well, that was by design, and that's something that we testified on multiple times over the years. A big component of this building is to ensure that we have meeting spaces, event spaces, and other common spaces for state agencies and or legislative committees to gather and get to. We have training spaces available. We lack that. There's a dearth of that across the Capitol complex. There's only a couple of buildings that have a room big enough for even 100 people. So with this office space, part of the design and the concept was to make sure that we had gathering space and adequate training space for our state employees and for legislative members as well. You can see on the far right what we have planned for some of the vacant spaces. I won't go into that, but I will point out at the very bottom, we do manage 3,515 parking spaces. Full disclosure, whenever there is a snowstorm, once we get above a certain threshold of inches of snow, we generally hire that out to an outside contractor. We have a relatively small grounds crew and they're focused on the sidewalks and everything else, so we hire out a contractor to push snow off the lots, but that's a large number of lots to maintain. And we do not collect a parking fee for those outside of the Curtis parking garage. And then we have about 53 acres of land that we maintain. And again, that can be mowing, overseeding, maintaining it during the winter, and also planting for beautification. Let's see, I don't think it's in here. Yeah, it's not in here. So I'm just going to voice over some of the moves that we're making with the new Docking State Office building coming online. We've covered it in this committee before, but now that, the building is operational on the first floor and we're starting to move folks in on the second and third floors, and we're getting ready for ribbon cutting on October 30th, should you choose to attend. So as a refresher, the Secretary of State is occupying most of the first floor. So they're currently, or were until 2 weeks ago, in the Memorial State Office building. They're moving over to the first floor of the Docking State Office building. And you'll hear a theme, hopefully, with each of the agencies that we put in there. It's supposed to be like a front door to government and a building of high traffic to really make use of it and showcase what this government can be. So as each of you go to file for office, you're now going to go to the Docking State Office building and file at the Secretary of State's office instead of the old Memorial building. As business owners file for their LLC or any other business filings, they're now going to go to this beautiful building where we can showcase Kansas, right? So that's going to be there. On the second floor, we're moving in the Department of Commerce. Part of that move is because obviously we're bringing in business partners from across the world, really, to talk about relocating to Kansas so we can really showcase what Kansas is. As you walk in on the first floor, there's a giant, and I mean giant, video board that wraps around a couple of different walls. It runs 24/7. The content for that is managed by the Department of Commerce, their marketing and tourism division. And what they're doing is showcasing all different corners of Kansas, all different industries, all the different tourism spots, everything else. So as you're going through there, there's just a natural scroll of everything Kansas has to offer, which is kind of a neat feature. Second floor, we're also moving Office of Personnel Services. So that is the first stop for state employees when they gain state employment. So they're going to come to this building, they're going to get their badge, they're going to sign their paperwork, they're going to have a private room to go into and receive all their benefits information. Third floor is going to be the division of the budget. We have a natural interface with the legislature. So with the tunnel, during times of bad weather, it's nice for us to be able to cross back and forth between the tunnel. It's also a space that a governor occupies that space for 2 or 3 weeks as they're building a budget every year. The current digs that we have aren't really conducive to private conversations with the governor. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that we can hear phone conversations with our tenants next door. So I assume they can also hear conversations with the governor from our office. So we'd like to have a better space for governors going forward to have those conversations and have a private space. We also have a host of, obviously, we have a conference room that can accommodate up to 450 people, so a very large conference space. We have a dedicated trading center that's set up with a teacher model with a screen on one side and screens on the back side for students and the learners. Everything is equipped to be smart ready, Zoom ready, Teams ready, whatever that might be. So those are the occupants that are going into docking. We're also going to have a cafe and a gym, and then KHP is going to have a small footprint in there as well. Part of the decision point for moving agencies in was what are we going to do with the space that's created by the vacated agencies? That was a big consideration. So you think about Secretary of State as they move out of Memorial, now we can consolidate most of or a lot of the Attorney General's offices into Memorial Hall, and now they will be the sole tenant of Memorial Hall. Now I want to be clear, they have some areas that are expanding in scope, like the Inspector General, so they're not all going to be in Memorial Hall, but now everybody who's in Memorial Hall outside of the available what's it called, theater room, for lack of better words, is going to be Attorney General's office. When you think about the Curtis State Office Building, with Commerce moving off of their first floor, we can now consolidate the KHP, Kansas Highway Patrol, their general headquarters, into Curtis to get into one state-owned office building. Right now, they're spread across 3 different buildings, and they're private leases. And candidly, those leases and those spaces do not work for them. So this is an opportunity to get them out of a private lease into a state-owned facility and something that's more appropriate for them. In order to make them fit, this is one we haven't really talked about. We're moving vital statistics out of Curtis State Office Building. That RFP was issued a few weeks ago, and we're in the final stages of negotiations. That just makes natural sense no matter what. We are serving a lot of customers from all across the state, really, and it's not easy to get into. So my office overlooks the front of Curtis, and I see people parking across the street and down the street and pushing strollers and pushing wheelchairs and trying to get into a building that's just not easy to get into. So our thought is to move them to a more customer-centric area, like a strip mall with a larger parking lot and a more close parking lot, something that better serves that customer base. So that's part of the transition as well. Pardon me while I take a drink. One I don't think that we've talked about yet is we're going to move the Kansas Office of Veterans Services out of their private lease. Again, it's expiring this fall. They're in the Jayhawk Towers. Their lease is expiring. We actually had to do a 2-month extension to keep them in there. They're going to move into the space that's currently occupied by division of the budget. So again, fill in that space as best as we can with agencies that have expiring leases in other areas and consolidating offices into one area. So that is how we're going to handle that. There are going to be some other moves that happen down the road. I mentioned the 9,000 square feet of unutilized space in docking right now. I don't have an answer for you on who's going to go in there, but I can tell you that Frank Burnham and Frank is my deputy secretary for operations, and he leads Office of Facilities and Property Management. We're sitting down and reviewing every lease in Shawnee County, every agency size to see who has a footprint and the agency mission that would fit nicely in docking while giving up a private lease. So we're working through that exercise right now. So the short story on that is, there's a lot of moves. Docking is up and everybody thinks the work is done. It's not. We're still moving folks in, and then we had to reconfigure old office spaces and get those folks in. And there's still an active review of every agency's lease footprint right now and what they need and where they could fit. So it's going to be a continual process as we move down the road. That was a lot of information, Madam Chair. I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions.
What questions? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Adam. So there's a lot of shuffling going on with all this. How long until this all kind of settles down and then we can get a real good sense of what's left, where we can make some, savings by offloading some vacant spaces, things like that? A year and a half, 2 years?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you for the question, Senator. Probably a couple of years in full transparency. So we're, like I said, we're still moving agencies in. My budget office won't move in until 2 weeks from now. Commerce will move in October. So the work to renovate those spaces can't begin in earnest until a couple of weeks after we're out. We anticipate the Highway Patrol reconstruction of the first floor of docking. There are some things we have to do to make sure that it maintains the security footprint that they need that I can't go into right now, but I would anticipate that to be about an 18-month endeavor. I'm sorry, in the Curtis building, as they occupy the Curtis building, probably 18 months for Highway Patrol once Commerce is out. So we're looking at summer of 2027. We'll have to figure out what the out clause in their lease looks like if we're getting out early. Obviously, we'll be very upfront with the landlord and work through that. Veteran Services should be able to move into the budget space early 2026. So vital statistics, I think we're targeting July 1 of 2026. So another 8 months on them, 9 months on them. So we've got some time before those moves are done. Like I said, we're going to continue to review agency needs. I also want to be crystal clear, and there's a legislative post audit occurring right now. I can't go into the details because they're in the report writing phase, and obviously we can't share the work they've been doing. We are not going to save money for state operations with having the docking state office building and the new lab online in year one. And the reason for that is the agencies that are moving in there are moving from state-owned property. So they're moving from a state-owned property where they're paying state rates to a state-owned property where they're paying state rates. So we're actually taking on additional cost with those buildings for the first year or two until we can backfill the available space with folks that are coming from private leases. At that point, our goal is to, one, pay off the Curtis building in the next couple of years, which will release about $20 million of debt, but also have a greater revenue stream where we can, if not reduce rent rates, at least flatline them for a number of years.
Other questions? Senator Alley.
Madam Chair, one question, and you probably have told me before, and I've probably forgotten, and that was furniture. You had to buy some new furniture to occupy some of this new facility, if I understand. And the other, what do we do with that?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you for the question. So to clarify, the docking building, when it was originally approved and constructed, was a white box concept only. So what I explained with the current vacant space where you walk in and it's white paint, ceiling, and carpet, that's it. That's all docking was. So we had to outfit the building. It's more than just furniture. It's FF&E is what it's called. So furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So in that bucket, you're talking about the demountable offices that we're building. So any office that needs to be built within there would be in the FF&E bucket. Any workstation, any of the audio visual that I talked about in the 10+ conference rooms that we have with the TVs and the microphones and the speakers, the 450-person conference room, all the chairs and the tables that go along with that. So yes, there was some cost to outfit that with the FF&E. It's more than just furniture. I think sometimes when people hear furniture, they think just chairs and couches. It's far more than that. It's the actual office in which somebody's going to sit. That's the data jacks and stuff that go into there. So there was a cost with that. But that's the docking building because we're starting from scratch. With the other moves, for example, in my budget office, as we vacate, we're going to leave our desks and workstations in there. So we are going to give that space a refresh. We'll give it new carpet. We're going to give it new paint. It hasn't been touched in 25 years since the budget team moved in there, so it's certainly due for it. But the office furniture is going to stay there. So we'll have savings there. Similar to Vital Stats, as they move off to an off-site location, we're going to take as many workstations out of Curtis into the new location as we possibly can, knowing that we'll have to purchase some new stuff for the Highway Patrol when they come in, but we're going to repurpose as many of those workstations as we possibly can.
Thank you.
So Office of Personnel Services, I apologize, did you say where they are moving out of?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. Madam Chair, if I may. They're currently in the Land and State Office building. And it's a oddly shaped space. It's not real conducive to bringing folks in. And I mean, I say it kind of jokingly, but you walk in and you turn to the right and there's two folks that sit there and get things started with new employees. And then they have to walk them past that hallway through another door around the entire thing, around a vault and around a bunch of people into a different conference room that shares a wall with their initial office, but there's no door to get there, and then have them do that and come back. It's just, what we're finding is we're able to be a lot more efficient with the space within docking as we reconstruct these areas to make better use of this space.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, we will move to the next item. And did you have anything else, Secretary
No,
Prophet?
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we will move to the next, and Secretary Prophet is up again, and we will switch to performance-based budgeting and metrics.
Madam Chair, if I may, the agenda that I have has procurement process. I'm happy to go in whatever order you'd like. But if I could stay with
Oh, procurement
Procurement.
process.
then I can release half my team after this.
Oh, there we go. I had already marked off that we had done that, and we have
Happy to move
not
past
done
it if
that.
you
So
want.
my apologies. We are going to the state procurement process.
Okay, all right, very good. Again, this is, we submitted some materials in hopes that we could at least set the table and have some discussion here. Again, if there are any questions that remain unanswered or if we completely whiffed on the topic, let us know that and we'd be happy to follow up. This is an area where my goal is to set the table, so to speak, and then step out of the way and bring up the experts. So I'll kind of tell you a little bit about what procurement is and what the relevant statutes and policies and procedures are. After that, I'd like to step out of the way and invite our acting chief counsel for Department of Administration to come speak. When his time as acting chief counsel is done next week, he'll go back to a staff attorney, and he serves as counsel for the procurement department. So he's got a wealth of knowledge in that arena, and I think he'd be helpful to talk about that. If I can refer you back to the packets that you were in, if you just flip to the next page, there are 2 pages here that we talk about procurement. So one of the questions that we thought was coming is what are the statutes that kind of govern procurement, or what are the enabling legislation? So we've listed out some of the relevant statutes that talk about procurement in state government. Most of them are in Chapter 75 of the KSAs, but there are a few that are in other places as well. So we have to be mindful of making sure that we review the entirety of the statute book to find any relevant documents. On top of that, we have policies and procedures at Department of Administration as the Office of Procurement and Contracts, OPC is what we call it. So within OPC, they have a host of policies and guidelines that are supported by statute, but provide more information on how procurement works. And we actually produced this and provided this booklet that I've got with me right now to this committee last session. And this is the policy manual that OPC created within the last couple of years. And it's posted on our website for public consumption. So if anybody's interested in any bid event and seeing what the process might be in Kansas, they can get online and get a copy of this and see what it is that we're looking at and what the policies and procedures are. To the extent possible, we tried to tie any policy back to the relevant statute to make sure that our policies are within the bounds of state statute. So that's a very good resource. It's also available to and promoted to other agencies as they work through procurement. So to level set, procurement is a federated process within Kansas, if you will. So OPC, as I mentioned, serves as the centralized procurement team for the state of Kansas. They are involved in just about every single bid event that happens in Kansas, and there are thousands of them that happen every year. I'll let them tell you exactly how many. But really, we're serving the role of making sure the agencies are abiding by the policies, the regulations, and the statutes related to procurement as they work through the process. The agencies sort of take lead within their agency as they're procuring an item. So if somebody is wanting to procure consulting services, they're going to put a bid out for whatever the consulting services might be. They'll send a letter to my team asking to form a procurement negotiating committee. That procurement negotiating committee is going to have a couple of members of the agency and then one member of my team on it to make sure that everything flows through the proper channels. But the agencies are the SMEs, or the subject matter experts. I'll get in front of this. I'm guessing you've heard from agencies and or constituents that the procurement process is slow and painful, and maybe our role is to slow things down. Sometimes we do slow things down. Again, our role is to make sure that we have all the relevant information up front so that we have a clean procurement. Sometimes we'll get a spec sheet from an agency that doesn't have quite enough information for us to feel comfortable that it is providing the information necessary for the bidders to respond in a fashion that we're going to have consistent bids. So yes, we will send that back to an agency and say, please provide more information. So at times we do slow down the process, but our thought is that that is going to save us long term. It'll reduce the amount of bid protests we have. It'll make sure that we get the items that we're trying to actually procure here in the state. I'll also be 100% transparent and vocally self-critical. We are not perfect. There are times that we miss things. There are times that we miss communication. Maybe there are times that we're a bit aggressive on some of the spec sheets, but we do it with the proper intent and the right mindset that we're trying to make the process a better process and make sure the agencies are staying in bounds on these things. Additionally, behind that, you have the vendor bid protest procedure in your packet. So that just outlines what the legal mechanisms are. I'm not going to go into these. This is something that, again, Tracy Deal can step into. He's an attorney, so he is better suited to talk about these types of things. So I think, Madam Chair, if you're okay with it, this is the opportunity I would take to step aside and ask Tracy Deal to come up and provide more context.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Green light means I'm on. Okay. I have a bad habit of not turning on microphones, so I want to make sure. My name is Tracy Deal. I'm with the Office of Chief Counsel. I'm serving as interim Chief Counsel for about another week or so when the new Chief Counsel comes in. One of the things I thought, I appeared before this committee a few months ago and talked a little bit about the process and termination for convenience and different things about the procurement. Thought today I might sort of fill in the gaps there in regards to the type of procurements that we do with the state. We have three basic bid event types that we use. We have an RFQ, which is a request for quote, an IFB, which is invitation for bid, and then RFP, request for proposal. As to put a marker down, I know a lot of people like to use the word RFP but as a generic term. But each of those terms that I just mentioned are specific in the procurement code and are a term of art. They mean a specific thing. So when you say you want an RFQ, that's usually a a single purchase. You might want to buy a lawnmower. So it's going to be up to the agency to submit specifications that allows the mower to be put out for bid and then bidders to bid. One of the things the Secretary spoke about as we look at specifications, one area that we do really look at, especially in these types of bids, is that we don't use name brands. I mean, it's sort of hard for a bad boy mower to go after a grasshopper bid. So we try to make the bids as generic as possible so it gives us the best opportunity to get the best mower at the best price. The key on a request for quote is it's low bid meeting spec. So once the specifications are met in the bids that are received, they look for the low bid, decision is made, award is made, purchase order is issued, mower is bought. Pretty simple. That's a competitive bid. Second competitive bid is the IFB, invitation for bid. The difference between that and the RFQ is that we're buying over a long term or a longer term, or we're buying more. So if we take our mower example, we decided maybe we want to buy 20 mowers over the next 3 years at certain periods of time. So what we're going to do is when we do our bid, same bid specifications, but we're going to say we're going to need to buy 10 mowers by 1 year from now, 5 mowers by maybe 2 years from now, and another 5 at some point in that third year. And so it's up to the vendor then to enter into a contract if they're awarded a bid, and it's a contract for a more longer term purchase. And so again, specifications go out, bid comes in, low bid meeting the specifications of the bid, they are awarded, low cost usually takes priority or gets the bid. And so we issue the contract, and that's where we go. The other one, RFP, that's the one everybody hears a lot about. That's a negotiated procurement, and is a specific statute in our state statutes, 7537, 102, and it deals specifically with negotiated procurements. The difference between an RFQ and an IFB and the RFP process is that we're looking for what's in the best interest of the state. Low bid is important, and we are looking for the best cost, but sometimes the best cost doesn't get us the best process, doesn't get us the best service or the best whatever we're looking for. So we have a procurement negotiating committee, as the Secretary referenced. That's made up, as he indicated, a representative for him, a representative of the agency, and a representative from the Office of Procurements and Contracts. As a policy, we, over the years and the time that I've been dealing with this, which has been quite a while now, we generally let the Secretary's pick go to the agency so they can have 2 of the 3 votes. They're the ones that are subject matter experts. They know what they want to get. They know what they need to get. And so our procurement person is there to help making sure that they're doing the process right. But the vote usually goes to the agency. They make the decision, and then the contract is awarded. A lot of negotiations go on after the bid is received with the different vendors. Again, we're looking for the best proposal to serve the state. Sometimes those proposals are different than what we put out for specifications, because a vendor will come to us and say, you know, we understand you want to do X, but that was 10 years ago. We're looking at today, this is what the world is doing, and we can give you better efficiencies, we can do better things, and this is what it's going to cost. And so there is a capacity within the RFP to take that in, look at it, try to make some decisions. Do we want to stay with the specifications we have, or do we want to look at a different process? The distinction between that and the two competitive bids that we talked about, the IFB and the RFQ, is that the judgment is on the backside, meaning we're looking at the proposals after they've been submitted. We make sure that everybody gets the same information from the bid posting to the time the bid is closed, and then the negotiations go into place after the bid is closed to try to determine what's in the best interest of the state and what we're going to award for that contract and how long it's going to be and things of that nature. I know that's a lot of information. I think the last time I was here, I think I made the comment that when I start rolling on procurement, most people sit back in their chairs, roll their eyes back, and go, please stop. So with that, I will stop and entertain any questions that you might have and go from there.
Well, I don't think we're a typical group, so I think this is of interest to a lot of us. Questions? I do have just a couple. So how many sole source contracts do we currently have? Do you know?
I don't know offhand. We could probably get that information for you. The sole source process is a little bit different than the procurement process in the sense that a requisition comes in and it's up to the agency to support why they should not go out for bid. We refer to it as a prior authorization, seeking prior authorization to contract without going out for bid. And so it's up to the agency to submit the reasons why. There's several codes that are reasons that can be done. One is best interest of the state. One is that there's the only known provider. I euphemistically refer to that as the only known provider I want to do business with, but really they're supposed to be looking for the only known provider. An emergency situation, something that's been statutorily exempted, maybe buying something from another government, another governmental entity, maybe contracting with a county or a city for space in a location, things of that nature. Depending on the value of those and whether they meet the criteria that have been established through the training and the manuals that are out there, the sole source may have to be posted for a protest period of somewhere between 7 to 10 days. If anyone comes forward saying that they can provide that service and it can be verified, then that bid has to, that sole source request has to go out for bid by statute. There's no waiver.
Sometimes we hear that specs are written in such a way that it limits it to one vendor or not. Who writes the specs for most? Is that the agency that writes the specifications that they need in a product or service?
Yes, Madam Chair. The agency is responsible for putting forward the specifications to the Office of Procurements and Contracts. They are considered the subject matter expert. That's one of the reasons, as I indicated when we were talking about the RFQs and IFBs, we try to stay away from name brands and things of that nature because that does limit who's going to bid. Sometimes you do find, for example, wildlife and parks, they may come in wanting to buy something, whatever, for one of their locations out in western Kansas or one of the reservoirs, wherever it may be, and they may have a little bit more defined specification because they know the vendors that are close to them out there that are available to provide whatever that service or that type of vehicle or whatever it may be. So back to my original example, you don't really want to buy you don't want to put your specs as being a bad boy versus a grasshopper mower. One thing that has to be taken into consideration is if we buy a grasshopper mower and there's no place to service it out in western Kansas, should it break down, what have we really accomplished? So we sort of have to take some of those things into consideration. And if the local place is a bad boy, that may be a reason to do a sole source because that's where we're going to have to take it if it breaks down. Otherwise, we're going to have to transport it someplace else, and that's going to cost the state money and time, and no mower is going to be available.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anything that you think is kind of baked into the cake or baked into the process that results in excess costs or added costs for the state when it comes to the procurement process?
I'm not sure I understand the question when you say baked into the cake.
Like agency practice or anything that would happen that results in excess cost that could be avoided?
I don't know if it's excess cost. I would say that having run some small agencies over my time, we build partnerships with entities that we work with, and so sometimes we would prefer to stay with someone that we've used for 10 years. I know that when I was working in procurement before I was in the position I'm in now, we used to work very hard with agencies to sort of break that chain. I know that I used to talk to many agencies, you know, just give it a chance, do the bid, quit trying to do a sole source. And when I was dealing with it, a lot of times the response from agencies was, we got a better work, it worked out better. Because ultimately you get more competition if you're not always going with the same vendor for 30 years. I mean, that's one of the drawbacks of, yeah, you got a partner for 30 years, but eventually no one else wants to bid because it does cost money to submit a bid.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
So Secretary Profit did hit on one of the concerns that I have heard is the time that it can be, and we know when things are working through a process, it takes more time than an individual who can just go out and purchase what they want. I think we all understand that. The other thing that we hear is that it's more costly, that it takes more time and it costs more, which I know is the opposite of what we're trying to do with this process. So have you heard those concerns, and if so, how have they been addressed?
I don't necessarily hear those. I will tell you that one of the biggest issues for time in today's world, especially in the RFP realm, is the vendors will not, no, that's not what I want to say. The vendors are they very much want to use their terms and conditions and not the state's terms and conditions. So it takes, for example, in the IT realm, to get a contract, it takes a long time to negotiate literally every line of a contract with an IT vendor. They would love for us to take their terms and conditions and just sign it, but those terms and conditions carry with it automatic renewals, which goes inconsistent with what we just talked about. That just means it would roll over and roll over and roll over. They don't want to, they want us to take on all liability for anything that goes wrong, when in reality we're hiring them to provide the service and they really should be the ones doing it. So from the agency standpoint, they don't always like that, or they don't always see that what we're trying to do is deal with liability, and we're trying to deal with things that in the long run will be better for the state. And that's what we're trying to do.
Secretary Profit.
Sure.
Stay close. Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah, so Tracy appropriately touched on some of the items that are of concern, specifically as it relates to standard terms and conditions. You know, we get a lot of requests on the liability waiver, trying to shift risk effectively from the entity to the state, and that's something that I've drawn a pretty bright line on, that I'm not willing to accept risk on behalf of the state for whatever product somebody might be selling. As Tracy mentioned, generally speaking, if we go out to bid on something, it's because either A, we've been legislatively directed to do so, or B, we lack the capacity and or competencies in-house to be able to perform said function. So we are asking somebody who is an expert in that field to perform that function for us. And they are telling us that they are experts in this field and they're going to be able to do that appropriately. If they are not, and if that's wrong, we find that to be untrue, and down the road there is risk or harm to the state, I don't feel as Secretary of Administration I'm doing my job if I allow that to be the state's risk that we are bearing instead of the company whom we hired to do that function or perform that function. So we have drawn a pretty bright line on that. I get, I don't know, probably 2 questions a month on that. Will you waive that provision? The answer is no. And it's not that I'm trying to be difficult, but I am trying to be consistent. There have been instances in the past where somebody has waived a provision in the standard terms and conditions, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that within 5 business days, we'll get a call from a different entity working in a different bid saying, hey, I saw you did this over here. Why aren't you doing that with me? And it opens Pandora's box, not willing to go there. I do feel it's my job as secretary and the leader of this organization to protect the risk of the state and to protect the state's best interests. One other key component I wanted to touch on was the time. Tracy also mentioned IT projects. Part of Senate Bill 291 were different requirements for IT projects to go through a KSO, the Information Security Office review. So that does add time to the process, right? But again, It's driven by legislation with very good intent to make sure that it checks all the boxes for information security. But it does add time. That's another step in the process, right? The bid gets submitted through our office, it needs to go through the KSO's office. They need to review and make sure it meets all the specifications and everything they would want to see. And then it comes back to us before we can post. So there are a few components that are kind of embedded within statute that are best practices for the state that do just add time to the process. But that's okay, I think, if we meet all of our measures and all of our markers and work as quickly as we can and get a good project and a good product for the state for years to come.
To that end, are there, to piggyback on Senator Shane's question, what I thought I heard him try to get at is, outside of liability or security issues that we know there's a reason why those are built into statute, are there things in statute that unnecessarily slow down the process or increase costs that the legislature could take a look at to increase efficiency?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I appreciate the question, appreciate the spirit of the question, and genuinely. I don't think I'm well positioned to answer that question today, but we'd be happy to take a look at it, review these statutes, and see if we have any recommendations for items that could be changed. I'll be fully transparent. That's the only way I know to be. I'm generally hesitant to open up statute unless absolutely necessary. I just want to make sure that we're focused in and lasered in on what the absolute solution is. Sometimes that is a solution. But if there's a way that we can agree on something and get to it in a different manner where it's not having unintended consequences throughout the statute book, I prefer to choose that option. But absolutely hear the question, hear the spirit of the question, and we're committed to going back and looking at that ourselves to see if there's anything that we might recommend.
Okay. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Beans, you brought up the IT, and for either one of you, but I understand we have a contract going in KDADS or Human Services, or the new IT system being installed that they're working on, and I understand that the company that the state's working with really hasn't proven this product, and Arkansas was trying to work with the same company, and they've more or less cut all ties. And I just wonder if this is a red flag for us that we should be looking at.
I'm not familiar with that.
Madam Chair, if I may. Senator, I'm not familiar with exactly, I suspect I might know which system you're talking about, but I don't want to speak out of turn if I don't have the details right. So if it's okay with you, I'd be happy to have a phone call or come to your office and chat more about that offline and see what it is and see if I can provide a better answer. Is that?
Okay, because I just, it's a red flag. Something else, you know, when we're talking procurement and so forth, this committee had heard information on like the Lifeline services, where we're paying way more than we need to for, you know, the little LifeLock buttons that people can push if they fall or whatever.
Madam Chair, if I may, again, Senator, I'm not coming in blind on that, not familiar with the topic, but if we can add that to our agenda when we sit down and chat, we're happy to look into anything. Again, you know, procurement is a federated process. We serve to make sure the process runs smoothly and according to statute, but the agencies are the subject matter experts. So if I can get the specifics from you, we will get in contact with the agency and have a conversation.
Thank you.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there processes in place where, say, I was kind of inspired by Senator Billinger's question on a particular device where if something goes out to, we'll just say a quote, right? We'll use the lawnmower example, and the state receives a certain quote, certain price, and a citizen or a legislator says, well, hold on just a second. I could just on the open market go buy that for 20% less than what the state just paid for it. Is there opportunities for people to flag situations like that to know when pricing that's given to the state is potentially different than what's out in the market and potentially greater than?
The short answer is the bid is the bid. When the bid comes in for an RFQ or an IFB where low bid meeting specs is the specification, that's the bid that's been received. The recourse would be that available to the agency, they would have to cancel the bid and start over again and hope that another bid comes in. The downside of that is that once you cancel the bid, all the bid documents become an open record. So everybody you're competing against sees your stuff. So I'm not sure. I mean, that's sort of it's a difficult process sometimes, but that's where it sort of is.
Okay, so there's no negotiation if somebody brings in, even if they're the lowest quote, to say, that's great, but I can hop onto website X and see that the pricing in the market is less than what your quote is.
Not when it's low bid meeting specs on a competitive bid. That's not the judgment is at the front with the specifications. Once the bid is received, the bid is what it is, and you either accept it or you reject it. And if you reject it and it's a low bid, and you go to a higher bid, you would have to have some reason for doing it. In your case, you want to go to a lower bid. There's no opportunity for negotiations in those types of bids. It's not a negotiated procurement.
Okay, and so there's nothing that's in process right now to be able to do negotiated procurement, I guess?
No, there is, but
Okay.
you have to set forth an RFP from the beginning. You can't change it midway through. You'd have to start as an RFP, and RFPs take usually traditionally take a little bit longer because they are in negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So for staff, is there any state that has something referring to this issue that Senator Shane brings up? That a low bid must be at or below market in any way to be an acceptable bid? Stephen.
Stephen with Legislative Research. Not that I am aware of off the top of my head, but we can look into that.
It's interesting because I guess my mind goes to our vendors knowing that the government having deeper pockets than maybe out in the market are higher than market, and therefore, even though it may be the low bid, it's still higher than what we could get in the marketplace. I don't know. Senator Shane just kind of brought that to mind, that if that's happening, do we have any kind of safeguard that we would not be paying above market, even if it's a low bid? Yes, Tracy.
Madam Chair, my apologies. Secretary of Profit reminded me there is an ability under an agency's delegated authority. So depending on what the cost is that you're dealing with, for example, the minimum delegated authority is $5,000. So if you see, say we want to buy a lawnmower, we'll use our bad boy example, and they bid $6,000, but they see that at Lowe's it's under $5,000, then they could go buy that mower for under $5,000, but they'd only be able to buy that mower because their delegated authority is up to $5,000. Now, some agencies have a higher delegated authority depending on certain circumstances that have been put forth, so they might be able to buy a little bit more, but as you get higher on the amounts that you purchase, then you have to go out for bids. So I apologize, I wasn't thinking about the delegated authority when you asked that question.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I go back to my school board days, and we had co-ops, local co-ops. And the co-ops then would join together with the other school districts, and let's use paper, for example. They would buy a box of paper, and the co-op would buy that paper, then all the school districts could buy that same box of paper for X number of dollars. We're doing that here, I would assume, for our state process. We do it for the state use. We also are we doing it for the use for our agencies? And then how far down the road do we do that?
Well, we do have the opportunity to do cooperative or consortium type agreements. We do work through NASPO Value Point, which is a national organization made up of the different states that go out with other states, and they put together big agreements for different things that potentially we could do. We also have statewide agreements that we as the state enter into, like with Staples, trying to get lower prices. You brought up the state use vendors, which are the people with entities that hire people with disabilities in order to provide certain things, and those types, depending on what they sell, if for example, I think Envision sells pens, as my favorite example. Those, we have an agreement with Staples that they will put those in place of the Staples pin so that we're working with them. So we are getting some economies of scales as we use these different types of organizations and look for cooperatives throughout the country and stuff that might be available to us.
If you had a contract, statewide contract for pins, for example, could a school board buy, or a co-op for school districts buy those pins from state at state price?
I believe so, yes. I believe, yeah.
Thank you.
They could. It's available to school boards and things like that.
Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and the information. Okay.
Madam
Did
Chair,
you have
if I-
anything to follow up with?
Yeah, just
Secretary
one
Proft?
final thing, and this is more, hopefully, if anybody's watching online, first of all, so I apologize. But second of all, this is a lot of information, and we've only scratched the surface, and agencies have a lot of these same questions. So I just want to share a success story. My team has developed what's called the KABS conference. It's Kansas Agency Business Summit, and it's a completely organic, homegrown area where we can gather as state employees all over and talk about shared services, administrative services types things that D of A leads the effort on. We hosted the inaugural event last fall, and it was well attended. We're hosting another event in October. We anticipate about 400 to 450 state employees that work in procurement, audit, accounting, these types of functions that have these questions where they have an opportunity to sit with my team, the agency experts, to make sure that we're sharing our knowledge with everybody else to really try to make this process a little bit better known and better understood so we can improve the efficiencies across the state. Kudos to my team. They came to me with the idea last year, said, hey, boss, can I do this? I said, well, don't screw it up. And they far exceeded that low bar that I provided to them. It was largely successful. We got a lot of good feedback. Department of Commerce helped us. So I just wanted to tell you that we are proactively looking at ways to improve efficiencies. Very proud of my team and their efforts and what they've done there. That's coming up here in a few weeks, and hopefully it continues to grow and get better.
Thank you for sharing that, and we'd love to hear any results out of that conversation as to how we can maybe help on our end as well. So appreciate, the proactive work of your team.
It's all them. Thank you.
Anything else on procurement before we move on? Senator Murphy.
I would just echo what the chairwoman just said, as well as I also really appreciate the liability issue that you're kind of holding the line on, and that's all good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the next item, Secretary, my apologies. I did forget to ask something back on the office space.
Okay.
Do you know the occupancy rate? How, I know we still have a lot of employees or some employees who are not actually coming into the workplace. Do we know the occupancy of the leased office space that we have?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The best answer I can give you is that we know how much space agencies lease. And we know of these state-owned facilities, what percentage of the available office space is leased. So I can give you an occupancy rate that is based explicitly on agency X is leased this much, and I had this much available. X divided by Y equals Z. What I cannot provide to you, because it's at the agency level today, is how many of their employees are teleworking in a hybrid fashion, remotely working, anything like that. There is, of course, I think it's Section 148 maybe of the Senate Bill 125 that provides that each state agency shall produce a report by the beginning of session to sort of describe that process. It doesn't name a lead agency, but since I testified on behalf of the administration last session, I suspect that I will be the lead agency for that. So I'll be sure that we're going to sit down and start talking about what that looks like to make sure that we have consistent and actionable information for you once session starts. But I don't have that today.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking forward to hearing that. Now we will move on to the performance-based budgeting. Again, we will switch titles here. Now Director Profit will start us off.
Thank you. And Adam always works as well, if you're ever confused. Thank you for that. So performance-based budgeting, let me move my information forward here. There we go. So in the packet of information that we provided, again, behind the two documents we just looked at, you'll see what I think is the next 12 pages maybe, is a set of instructions, if you will. And actually, let me back up. So Division of the Budget every year posts on our website and sends to agencies a list of budget instructions. And it's a pretty detailed document that says, effectively, this is how you build a budget. This is what we're looking for. It's about 100 pages. Of those 100 pages, 12 of those pages are dedicated to performance-based budgeting. So I say that to set the groundwork that performance-based budgeting is a real thing. It is happening. We dedicate about 12% of our total budget instructions just to this one function of budgeting. So that's important to know, because the way I describe the process is, you know, when it gets to legislative session, you all are in a tough position and your staff's in a tough position because you have maybe 45 minutes or an hour for a committee meeting and you're trying to get kind of a high-level summary, but enough detail that you can make a decision on something. So what you're not ever going to see probably are the voluminous pages that agencies submit to us on performance-based budgeting, simply because you don't have the time in a committee hearing to do that. So it starts bigger, it gets a little bit smaller as it gets to my desk for review, it gets a little bit smaller, it gets to the governor's review, it gets a little bit smaller when it gets here, just by nature of the time that you have. But trust and believe that this is happening on a regular basis. So I just wanted to set the table for that information. So the concept of performance-based budgeting is a couple of things. And what we're trying to do with the document at DOB is ensure that the agencies, one, that we're following statute, and B, that the agencies have a way to list out and really think about critically what their agency mission is, and to enumerate what their goals are going to be to support that mission and what their desired outcomes are going to be. With performance-based budgeting, there's a lot of discussion around what an output is versus what an outcome is. And the easiest way to describe that is an output would be something that's quantifiable, a very, metric-driven measure of I did X and this was the result. That's an output. An outcome, on the other hand, is you're trying to influence an end state. An outcome in a health-related organization might be to improve the health of Kansans and to diminish the amount of emergency room visits and push things into preventative care. That's an outcome. The output would be, how many preventative visits did I have this year versus last year for those that I paid for? Or how many ER visits did I have this year versus last year? So those are the outputs and the outcomes. Maybe the easier one to talk about is one I always go back to. Highway Patrol, for example. If they issue fewer DUI citations on the turnpike 1 year over the previous year, is that a good thing or a bad thing? It could be either, right? It could be that there's more enforcement effort. It could be that they're watching things more closely and there's more citations issued if they increased the number of citations. If they had fewer, I don't think it's going to be that they put less attention on it. It could be that there are fewer due to their previous efforts around DUI enforcement, right? So that's an output, but the outcome is tied to reducing the number of DUI instances in Kansas and keeping the roads safer. So that's how the outputs and the outcomes tie together. But you have to be very objective and think about, try to stay away from good, bad, and what is the intended outcome with performance-based budgeting. Another example would be in Division of the Budget. We have a lot of outputs tied to our measures. So by statute, we have 7 calendar days from the day a bill is introduced to the day that a fiscal note is due. And really that turns into 6 days because the bill is read in on day 1 and we don't get it until day 2. So now we have 6 days. And again, that's calendar days. So you eliminate the weekend days if people aren't working, and now you're down to 4 days. And that's either 7 days or when the first hearing is heard. So one of our performance measures is how many of our fiscal notes, and there's usually 600 to 800 fiscal notes developed per year, how many are we producing within that 7-day time frame? How many are we producing within before the hearing might be heard? The outcome, the intended outcome, is to make sure that we're providing actionable and reliable information to policymakers so they can take that information and make a good decision on making policy and making an informed decision on legislation. That's the outcome. So another item that we track is number of corrected fiscal notes or number of errors within a fiscal note. We want that to be literally 0 every single year. With 800, you might have a couple, but it's literally just a handful every single year. So that's sort of how the performance-based budgeting works in a very, very small sample size. Again, we do this on a regular basis. We do have these conversations with agencies. I do get, as budget director, when my team reviews a budget and puts it in front of me for review, there's 96 state agencies. On the document that I get, I do have all their performance measures and what it's been the last couple of years and what their next couple of years look like. It's not often, But I do review, and sometimes I'll push back and say, hey, that seems like a low bar to clear. Let's, push on that a little bit, have a conversation with them. And that's a back and forth conversation. That's not an email. It's not anything like that. It's picking up a phone, having that relationship, and making sure that the agency understands what the output is supposed to be with this. This is a collective effort between KLRD and Division of the Budget. As the budgets are submitted to us, they're also submitted to KLRD. I think Dylan might be talking about a spreadsheet here pretty soon, so I don't want to step on his toes, but there is a collaboration that happens between our offices on a host of things, not the least of which is this. So I will pause there, and if there's any questions, or if you'd rather move on to Dylan to talk about their efforts and how that moves in here.
See if there are any questions at this point. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Adam. Sometimes there's talk of zero-based budgeting versus performance-based budgeting. It looks like you go through a lot of the same steps, but could you talk about the virtues of doing this over a zero-based budgeting effort? In other words, justifying everything, building it from the bottom up?
Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you, Senator, for the question. I believe a lot of this, and I wasn't around at the time, was born out of the A&M, the Alvarez and Marcel study from 2016-ish. There was a discussion of zero-based budgeting versus performance-based budgeting and what the merits were. My personal opinion, this is just Adam Proffitt's opinion, zero-based budgeting would be incredibly difficult to implement in a state organization for a number of reasons. We have a different mission and a different set of customers that we're serving than would a private industry. And it just becomes awfully difficult. We also have different accounting standards. We use fund accounting, which isn't necessarily a GAAP principle, and we use GASB instead of FASB and a whole host of technical terms. But long and the short, I think zero-based budgeting would be very, very difficult to implement here and might not drive the outcomes that we're discussing. I think an alternative could be a hybrid approach where, you describe zero-based budgeting as starting from zero and building up with a justification for each increment that gets put into there. We can have that conversation without doing zero-based budgeting. We can have the conversation about, hey, Adam, I noticed your budget went from $2.1 million in divisional budget to $2.3 million this year. You added $200,000 for this specific program. Why? What's that going to do? Tell me more about this. So I think we can have the conversation and still get to the same outcome without moving to zero-based budgeting. I would also note that performance-based budgeting is in statute. So, we pride ourselves on following the law. So we're going to continue to do that.
I think that answers it.
Anything else for Director Proffitt? Okay, we will now turn to Dylan Deere.
Good morning, committee. So I'm going to talk briefly about the role of the Legislative Research Department in the performance-based budgeting process. I'd like to start that off with what our role is not. So we are here to report on what the measures are, not to comment on whether those are good measures or bad measures or whether agencies are meeting their objectives or stuff like that. It's really just us putting that together and presenting it in a format that the legislature can consume. This came out of, and I'll kind of share a little bit on this. Share screen. Sure. So this came out of a 2021 session. The House Appropriations Committee specifically had requested that state agencies submit performance measures in a different reporting tool than they had done so previously. Also, committee members had expressed an interest in further applying PBB throughout the budget process. Those provisions inside the appropriations bill have expired at this point. However, KLRD has continued to report on performance measures to make them available to you. You can find those performance measures in an annual report, which is published on our website, underneath performance measures, underneath the state budget, which is right here. And I want to talk about how we sort of get those. So in collaboration, as Adam mentioned, with the Division of Budget, when they submit their basic budget instructions to the state agencies, at the same time, we send out a template to all of the state agencies in Excel, okay, that has all of their former data. So it has an instructions tab first that you can go through. I'm pulling up bids. I'm sure they appreciate that. Basically gives an instructions on how to fill that out. It then has all of their current performance measures that they have submitted year to date. and then has additional fields that they can fill out with new data on the back end for new actuals going forward. That way they have all their historic data and they don't have to recreate the wheel year after year after year. And then it also provides an additional tab for new measures. So if they want to change their measure or adjust it or give us an entirely new measure, they're given the opportunity to do that through this template. Those will be due and back to us on September 15th, at which point we will begin to compile them into the annual report on performance-based budgeting, which you see here. It kind of looks like this, and this is all driven straight by statute, is what drives these like formats. So what you see in here is the name of the program, okay, whatever program or subprogram is in it, a history of the program, the statutory basis. So in other words, what statute provides for the authority to do that, whether that's mandatory or discretionary. So in other words, whether or not the agency is required to do that or choosing to do it as part of their mission, whether there's an MOE match requirement and a priority level for that particular program. There's also a box that discusses the consequences of not funding the program. And I want to stress, even though this isn't a KLRD report, this is all straight agency data. This is not us inputting our comments on this. We're simply reporting on what agencies are telling us. It then provides a series of program goals, okay, that are lettered A, in this case, A through F, all right, and then goes down to what the actual measures are. And the way these are structured is we break up outcomes versus outputs, which I think was just discussed by Director Profit. And then on the outcome measures, it shows what specific goal that's associated with. So if you go back to the goals above, all right, you can see here it's B, so provide comprehensive human resource services to KDA employees and future KDA employees. And then what the actual, measures are. So, what that is, it supports those. And so that's the way we have been reporting on this. It's about 930 pages. It is a very voluminous document, a little bit unwieldy, but there is a lot of measures that are out there in order for you to be able to consider. I would also note it's only 930 pages before you've attached the Board of Regents measures. The Regents institutions are not required to comply with these specific requirements. They're specifically exempted in statute, but they have their own performance measuring system, which they've applied to all the Regents universities. And so we also include those. And so once those two are attached, this document gets up to about 1,200 pages total is what you're looking at in order to be able to provide that. And with the consideration of the committee, we are considering making modifications to this process this year to make it more accessible. Specifically, we are moving the data that we have. We've moved all the data that's inside of this document into a data visualization, which we are going to host on our webpage. So you can select your agency, do a drop down for the program, have it kick out your measures. And I do have a draft of that Kyle Anderson with our office would be willing to show you with the consideration of the committee, if you wish. And also, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Dylan. Questions? So just so I understand this process a little better, the agency determines its mission and its goals. And from that, they then select the performance measures that they're going to use for their budgeting process.
That is correct.
Correct? So the
has
agency
determined
does
the goals.
all of that.
Agency does everything. All we do is send a spreadsheet to them. They input that data into the spreadsheet, and then we report on that in a standardized format to the legislature. And that's largely because the majority of these goals, all this stuff is already in budgets. Okay, it's in what's called a DA 400 or an agency budget narrative. And so all these measures, all we're doing is taking them out of that budget narrative and putting them into a separate format so that you can consume them separately and make them available as you're doing your budget review and approving budgets.
So the output versus outcome that we've been talking about, which one is used for accountability as to whether they're meeting their performance measures or not?
They're both used for accountability. They're just used in different ways. This is the way I sort of distinguish outcome versus output measures. An output measure is something that you're typically going to use if you're in charge of running an agency. It's critical for you to know, if you're talking about a DCF call center, how many calls you receive on an annual basis, whether those number of calls is going up, whether your staffing levels are adequate to cover that. It is informative to have that information as a decision maker or a policymaker, but as the outcome measures that really sort of drive decisions. Because the question is often for if you're at a CEO or a legislator level, is this agency or is this program achieving its objective, and how much does it cost to get there? All right. And so often when you're at the decision maker level, you focus a little bit more on those outcome measures. It's a lot more complicated than that, and I'm sure Director Profit would be willing to talk about it in much greater length. But that's how I sort of distinguish them. Is an output measure is a measure of activity. An outcome measure is a measure of whether or not you're achieving the goals or objectives of that program.
So as a legislator, I'm interested in the outcome more. I mean, not that the output isn't important, but I want to see, we can have all the programs and have all of the numbers and document that, but is it leading to the desired outcome for the people of Kansas that we serve? So I'm more interested in the outcome. Is how many performance measures, is there anything that stipulates so many can be output, but so many have to be outcome? Or is that up to the agency?
It just requires you to have both outcome and output measures and report on them.
And what happens if they do not produce their performance measures? They're self-written,
So generally, I would say that there is no specific provision written in the statute that says that if you don't comply, of course, you'll get reviewed by the legislature, and the legislature may choose to apply penalties. In 2021, there was a provision inside of House Bill 2021 House Bill 2017, that required the legislative post-audit to review all of the performance measures submitted by state agencies and determine whether or not they were compliant with the statute. Okay, and if an agency was found to be non-compliant, then there would be a lapse, like a 3% lapse, I think is where we ended up at, of SGF dollars, and with a bunch of exemptions. But that was back in 2021. That was the only time I can think of when there was an actual punitive penalty for non-compliance, other than just general legislative repercussions for failure to comply with a statute.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, kind of on the same lines of what Chairwoman Erickson was asking. So does the agency head set the goals for the performance-based budgeting, basically? In other words, they're the ones who determines what goals are going to reach.
Well, we're getting pretty deep into executive branch function at this point, and administration. I'd probably turn that over to Director Profit to talk about that rather than me, if that's all right with you.
Just
all right?
That's fine.
Curious about a line of questioning here with regard to that.
Thank you, Dylan. Madam Chair, if I may. Pardon me. It's a great question, Senator. Let me say it this way. I will start with the agency head is accountable for everything underneath their organization, full stop. I am accountable for everything that happens within Department of Administration and within Division of the Budget. So whether I delegate that authority to somebody or I do it myself, I am accountable. I need to come report to you all. The way I operate within my agency is, take Department of Administration, for example. I've got 10 different divisions there. I've got, accounting, audit, HR, state employee health plan, print, and surplus, facilities, property management. I'm going to forget somebody, IT, legal, public information. Very wide array of functions that they do and outcomes that they're driving towards. So what I do is I delegate that authority to set those within the confines of what I'm setting for the organization. Some of our goals are to improve efficiencies of administrative services across state government. That's an outcome. It's very difficult to measure, although you can measure some of the outputs. That might be my small agency service center has an output of I'm going to maintain X% compliance with Prompt Payment Act, or this many days of payment for other agencies for which I'm supporting. But the division heads within my organization set them. I actually have a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon with my finance director to review my budget, and part of that's going to be to review the performance measures to make sure they fit within the Department of Administration, Office of the Secretary's overarching theme. I don't know if other agencies handle it that way. There are more hands-on managers, there are more delegating managers, but I would say it doesn't matter what your type is. Ultimately, every agency head, part of the job is being accountable for your organization.
If I could follow up. So, you're going to have different heads of agents, and I would imagine when administrations change, you have different personnel changing to who's heading the agencies. I guess what I'm getting at is it feels a little bit like it's kind of an insulated process within each agency, And I was wondering if there's any way we could foresee to where there could be another set of eyes who help to determine that performance base, because, you know, there may be, you know, one administration that doesn't think that one certain thing is that important. The next administration may think that it's very important. So your performance base changes, and that could change, you know, how much money you devote toward this, that, or the other. I guess that's what makes it hard for me to understand. How do we make things a little more efficient and maybe have a second set of eyeballs on how these agencies are determining what are those performance-based measures? Does that make sense?
Madam Chair, if I may, I think there's a question in there for me. I'll comment.
It takes me a while.
So you are correct. Priorities shift with administrations, right? When I became Secretary of Administration, I might have a slightly different priority set for my organization than my predecessor did. Regardless, both of us report into and serve at the pleasure of the governor, who sets the overarching policy for the executive branch and priorities for the executive branch in Kansas, and that's going to change in a year and a half. When I say that, those policies and those priorities and those mission goals need to be congruent with and underneath state statute that is set by the legislature, right? It's just traditional government. So you might see a shifting of policy priorities. Dylan touched on discretionary versus mandatory. The mandatory ones, if they're tied to a specific statute, should not change. You might change the way in which you approach how you're going to attack it and how you're going to achieve that desired outcome. Maybe there's a different, fresh set of eyes or fresh perspective with a different administration that says, hey, we've been doing it this way for a long time. I think we can get there better going this way. Normal course of business. The discretionary ones, there might be a decision made by the, you know, the governor or the agency head that says, we're going to put less emphasis around this. But regardless, you mentioned if it devotes more dollars, that can't happen without the support of the legislature and the executive branch being fully transparent. I mean, the legislative branch are the appropriators by the Constitution. So we get the appropriation from the legislature. We make the expenditures to align with those missions and those goals that we expressed to you during legislative session. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it does. I'm just, you know, trying to run this all through my head. If there's any potential change in the process that, again, I guess it really falls to the governor to set the priorities and then communicate that to the agencies about, you know, what they want to achieve. And you know, from our standpoint is how do we look at those performance measures and determine, you know, whether or not we agree with them or not, or whether we think there's some kind of way to improve the outcome or the output, or both, basically.
Sure, and I think that can be a conversation, if I may, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. You know, during budget hearings, you know, you can ask that question if you're sitting on a subcommittee that talks about that and say, what are your performance measures? Or just call an agency head and ask them into your office and they can discuss that.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Dylan, were you going to show us or have someone show us what you are referring to in your new tool for looking
Certainly,
at?
if it's all right with you, I'm going to go ahead and ask Kyle to step up to the mic. I will just note that this is part of our data initiative that we're doing in the Legislative Research Department, and so this is one more supplementary tool, and we'll probably also soon be demonstrating our expenditure data visualization as well, which is intended to provide legislators and the public access to all of the various expenditure data as well. But
Welcome, Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I can share my screen real quick. That one should be correct, maybe. Okay, so as Dylan said, this is a pretty rough product. I threw most of it together in the last 24 hours, so there may still be some bugs, and I already have some recommendations for changes to make. So if you think of any of those kinds of things, let Dylan or Steven know, and I will try and implement them. So currently it's set up to be 2 pages. On this second page here, each of the different agencies' data will be pulled from the database into a printable report. And the reports will be downloadable, but also accessible through selecting the agency on the left sidebar over here. And as with the previous report that Dylan was showing, the program, subprogram data will be shown first, and at the end of all of those, if the agency has any subprograms that do not have any particularized narrative data about the history, consequences, statutory basis, they will be in a bulleted list at the bottom under the rest of the narrative data in this table here. And following that table, you will have the actual metric data for each agency. And the data is now grouped with the goals on the far left side, as opposed to referring back to the goals separate table by letter. You'll be able to see the direct relationship between the goal and the attached outcome and output metrics of each of them. And then carrying over to the first tab, the data is presented in a manipulatable table so that you can collapse each of the different subprograms and programs within the agency to look at specific metrics. And the data set for that goes back to 2019 instead of just 2021.
Well, I think that's an extremely useful tool, especially for those of us wanting to look agency by agency and get a feel for what's going on. I thank you for putting that together. I know you'll continue to work to improve it and make it more usable, but I think that's going to be very valuable going forward. Senator Thompson.
I'm trying to, is that online right now, or is that in process of being set up?
Madam Chairman, if I may, that is still in the process of being set up. We do not yet have it hosted.
Okay, I was looking on your website to see if I could find it somewhere, so very good. Yeah.
Yes, Senator Billinger.
Thank you. So, being you used incident defense, are you going to put something on there that shows the difference that it costs us when we have outside counsel versus our own counsel? Because that's quite a number and a large amount of money, and I don't know if that's something you're going to factor into this little deal, like just because incident defense is all staff. I mean, that's where it's all at.
Dylan.
Sorry, Senator Billinger. So this is the same situation as with the previously published reports. We do not control the contents of the report in any way, shape, or form. This is agency-submitted data. So if an agency submitted a performance measure for the relative cost of assigned counsel versus like state employee counsel, then we will report it. Otherwise, that data you'll have to request from the agency in those cases. So this is just trying to make it, what our goal here was to provide you a way to be able to easily, while reviewing budgets and while we're presenting on budgets and while agencies are presenting on budgets, to pull up the measures for that specific agency and those specific programs so you can ask questions on them. It's just trying to make it more accessible.
Thank you, Ed. I like it. Looks good. Thank you.
Certainly.
Committee, any other questions on performance-based budgeting at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Dylan and Kyle and Director Profit for that. We will now move to a review of a 1.5% budget reduction and impacts to nonprofit or provider associations. I believe we have David Weiss up first from the Office of Revisers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. I am David Weiss with the Revisor Statutes Office. I'll just do kind of an overview of the language, how we arrived at this 1.5% budget reduction, and then I think we'll get some more info on the actual numbers and the impacts from legislative research and the director of the budget. So this was Section 159 of Senate Bill 125. That was the appropriations bill for the 2025 session. And there was a lapse of a sum equal to 1.5% of each amount appropriated or reappropriated for a state agency as it left the legislature, as passed the legislature, was fiscal years 26 and 27 from the state general fund. It was identified as operating expenditures, including salaries and wages, contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay. So that those particular budget categories were the 1.5% was coming from. There wouldn't then, like I said, as it passed the legislature, there was also 1.5% reduction from the amounts appropriated, reappropriated for the Department of Transportation in fiscal years 26 and 27 from the State Highway Fund for those same categories. The reduction did not apply to any appropriations or reappropriations for aid to locals, capital improvements, debt services, or other assistance. There were certain agencies that were exempted from the 1.5% cut. As a legislative branch state agencies, judicial branch state agencies, a lot of those public safety agencies, Attorney General, KBI, Highway Patrol, Sentencing Commission, a lot of the 24/7 facilities, as well, the hospitals, soldiers, veterans homes, correctional facilities, and then the regents and the state universities were also exempted. The language did require the director of the budget, in consultation with director of legislative research, to certify that the aggregate amounts of lapses for each state agency, so what that total amount from those categories would be. And the head of each state agency was given some discretion within those categories to determine the actual cuts to arrive at that, get that total lapse. And then they would provide that determination to the director of the budget, who would then certify those determinations to the director of council reports to actually make the lapses, and then provide information to the director of legislative research as to those specific lapses. Like I said, as it left the legislature, it was for fiscal years 26 and 27. However, the governor did line item veto the fiscal 27 portion for the state general fund, and also line item veto the entire state highway fund portion, 26 and 27. So it ended up not applying to the state highway fund and the Department of Transportation. And I had reproduced on page 2 of the memo 2 and 3, the actual text of section 159. And you can see the stricken material is actually the stuff that was line item vetoed there. And then I also included on pages 3 and 4 of the memo just the governor's veto message for your reference. And with that, Madam Chair, I can stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for the reviser? Seeing none, thank you very much, David. Appreciate it. Next, we have Stephen Wu from KLRD.
Morning Committee, Stephen Wu, Legislative Research. You should have in front of you a front and back memo on the 1.5% lapse that David referred to. This memo was distributed to the Legislative Budget Committee on, I think it was August 26th. And so this will be information that that committee has seen before. So Senator Billinger, these numbers should look familiar. What is reflected in this table are the lapse numbers associated with appropriations, those amounts that have been lapsed from dollars appropriated as well as from dollars that reappropriated from 25 to 26. So you'll see here by the large majority of these will occur from that appropriation amount. That totals about a little over $7.1 million. The amount from the reappropriations number is about a little over $500,000. Both of these numbers were certified by both the Director of Budget as well as the Director of Legislative Research in, I believe it was June and August respectively. You can see in this table here, it's broken down by function of government and then by agency. The lion's share of these lapses occur in DCF, KDADS, BIDS, and KDHE, the Department of Health and Environment. We've been in conversations with these agencies on how these cuts have impacted their agency operations. I can provide what limited information we have received on that, but in addition to that, I would also turn it over to the Director of the Budget to provide some additional context on it.
Any questions at this point for Stephen? Okay, if Director Prophet would like to. To share how this has impacted specific departments or director, whatever you'd like to share.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for having to step out for a brief moment. I am going to do my best to catch up here and see what we have going on. If I can have a moment to review this, if you don't mind. Alrighty, so what I'm going to say is probably going to start with some repeat information, and then I'll drive towards a finer point, and then I'll answer any questions you guys might have. So David did a nice job of kind of reviewing the legislation and what survived vetoes and what the end result was. I'm sure Stephen covered with you, the process called for the director of the budget to certify the amount by agency in consultation with the Director of Legislative Research. So on the last page of the packet that I provided to you earlier this morning, you'll see a sheet that's a table that's landscape orientation with blue and white. This is what I shared with Shirley Morrow, Director of Legislative Research, earlier this summer to make sure that our teams were aligned on what was going to be in there. As mentioned, it wasn't as simple as just a 1.5% SGF cut for every agency. There were several exemptions at the agency level, and then there were exemptions at the category of spending level. So we had to kind of go through and make sure that what we were targeting was indeed what the legislature intended to target based on the categories of spending in the legislature. So what you'll see on that last page, as I mentioned, with the blue and white stripes, is the agency down the side, what we're calling the impacted appropriation in the next column. What I mean by that is the appropriation that is subject to the 1.5% lapse. So excluding debt service, excluding aid to locals, capital, and debt service. So just the impacted appropriation, SGF. The next column is very simple math. It's 1.5% of that. And then we thought it was important to make sure that we identified not just for agencies, but also for the legislature and candidly for the governor to see what the percent of the total cut by agency is. So when you say a 1.5% across the board cut, that doesn't impact every agency the same way. And what I mean is one agency might have zero SGF or very little SGF, and they're not going to be cut at all. Another agency might be almost exclusively SGF funded. They're going to take the brunt of the cut. So to identify this, if you look at just Department for Children and Families, Department for Aging and Disability Services, Board of Indigent Defense Services, and Health and Environment, those top four, they account for 70% of the total cut. So 1.5% across the board, they're taking 70% of the brunt of the total of the $7.2 million of the appropriated funds. Some other things of note, the School for the Deaf was 2.6%, School for the Blind at 1.7%, so between the two of them, 4.3%. Department of Administration, my agency, we're about 2%. And again, we had to, our total, this is a good example, our total SGF appropriation is around $150 million, but the vast majority of that is for debt service, so we excluded that from this as per the statute, the proviso. So the impacted amount remaining was $9.8 million, and so we cut $146,000. I don't know if Stephen mentioned this or not, but the proviso also called for a 1.5% reduction of the reappropriated funds for these agencies, the same categories of spending. We went through the same exercise over the summer, conferred with Shirley Morrow over in Legislative Research, and she ran it through her staff, and we agreed on the amount that was to be lapsed of the reappropriation. That was about $500,000, give or take. So between the appropriated funds and the reappropriated funds, the state lapsed 1.5% of operating expenditures from these state agencies that you see in front of you. The way we did that is we had my accounting team over in Department of Administration go in and physically reduce the appropriation amount or the available appropriation for each agency and each of the budget units that were identified by the agencies. So this is the top line. It was left, as the proviso read, to the agencies to determine where they should take the cut from. A lot of the conversation was, there are some budget units or categories of spending that might need to be protected more than others, and others that might have more discretion. So trying to let the agencies really determine where the cut could be across the board. None of the decisions were easy, I'll tell you that. Even in my agency that we just provide administrative services, none of the decisions are easy, and nobody who gets touched is going to be happy. So I know there's a lot of consternation, a lot of conversation from different programs that might have gotten touched, but that's just kind of the nature of when you do these reductions. I'll also further note on the reappropriation piece, Like I said, we followed the law. We did the 1.5% cut of the reappropriated funds. Part and parcel of the budgeting process every year is to review any reappropriations at the agency level and to determine what reappropriations they should keep and what should lapse and go back to the SGF. So we're not done with looking at reappropriations, is my point. Agencies are to turn in their budgets to my budget team on September 15th, which is Monday. My budget team then, between September 15th and November 10th, which is when statute provides that we owe recommendations back, we're going to review every facet of their budget to include reappropriations. And I assure you, we will ask very pointed questions about any reappropriated funds that agencies want to spend to make sure that they are really supporting the mission and should be appropriately included in the budget. That will, of course, be reviewed with the legislature during session as well. So the point is the $500,000 of reappropriation that we lapsed is likely to grow. And I'll tell you that in one of my worlds, I don't want to say where yet, we're going to lapse a very significant portion of our reappropriation. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? So while folks are thanking, Director, thank you so much for the information. And I don't know if this is for you or for the reviser, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the exempted portion, it says Veterans and Soldiers' Homes of the Kansas Office of Veterans Services. And then on the table we were given, I see that the Kansas Office of Veterans Services does have a percentage of reduction in their budget there. It was just the homes of the, is that correct? So veteran organizations weren't necessarily exempt, just the homes for our veterans. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Other questions? Senator Billinger.
Thank you. Adam, I thought, I'm real surprised on the School of the Deaf and School of the Blind because I thought education was left out too. So is this SGF that they get over and above or what?
Madam Chair, if I may. So what was exempted was aid to locals. And that's a category of spending that flows through the Department of Education and goes to the school districts, the USDs. The USDs are considered a local unit of government, so that's where the aid to locals comes from. So for a school district, the money flows through, about $6 billion flows through Department of Education, and it goes out to the school districts. Schools for the Blind and the Deaf are not school districts. They are state agencies, and their category of spending is not aid to locals. It is just SGF operating expenditures. So unfortunately, they were impacted in the manner that was done. Full transparency, we do agency visits every summer. Each of my staff are required to go on site and visit each agency they're assigned to. I tag along to some that I think are high priority for the year. I did visit School for the Deaf recently, and they indicated this is impacting them in a pretty serious way. I encourage them that if it's a big deal for the current year or the next year, request the funding back and explain what happened and how it got caught up with the technicality. And I was crystal clear that I was not going to approve it, but just encouraging them to raise the issue if it's something that's impacting them negatively.
Yeah, I really don't think that was intended to be cut. So, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. I think that might be your last item.
I'll take you up on that, and I'll be leaving pretty quickly. Thank you for the time this morning.
We so appreciate your time and the information that you've shared and bringing your team and celebrating their success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so committee, we were behind schedule. Now we are way ahead of schedule, which is how it goes sometimes. I will tell you that due to our afternoon conferees, we cannot go ahead and begin on our afternoon agenda. But what I would encourage you to do is to take this time to look over this afternoon's agenda, specifically the fire marshal testimony. We have received a lot of written testimony, and so please take this time, familiarize yourself with that, be prepared with any questions you may have for this afternoon. Lunch is on your own, and with that, we will recess until 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch break. We will now turn our attention to our afternoon agenda, and we will begin with an update on the candy and soda exemption from EBT purchases. And we will begin with David Weiss from our revisor's office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Again, David Weiss with the Advisor's Office. Just going to go over again the kind of the language for this candy and soft drink waiver. This is also part of the appropriations bill from last session, Section 152 specifically. I do have a small memo with the summary, and then the actual language of Section 152 is reproduced on the back if you would care to refer to that. So this section appropriate 1.825 million from the State General Fund in fiscal year 2025 to the State Finance Council for the purpose of providing to the Kansas Department for Children and Families funding for the summer EBT program. Just sort of a reminder, the State Finance Council is the governor is the chair of the council. Then there's 8 legislative members. You have the president and the speaker, the majority and minority leaders of each chamber, and then the chairpersons of House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means. The legislature did include proviso language that would require the Secretary for Children and Families to certify to the members of the Finance Council that the Secretary has requested a waiver from the United States Department of Agriculture, or USDA, to exclude candy and soft drinks from the definition of eligible foods. The definitions for candy and soft drinks in the proviso are the same as those terms are defined in the Kansas Retailer Sales Tax Act, KSA 79-3602. That was also the definition that was used, if you remember Senate Bill 79. That was a substantive bill that came through this committee during last session. It did pass the legislature, but it was vetoed by the governor, and there was an override in the Senate, but not in the House, so the veto was sustained on Senate Bill 79. And then upon receipt of certification from the Secretary, the Finance Council was authorized to approve the expenditure monies from this summer EBT account, and then release that money back to DCF. During the May 13, 2025 meeting of the State Finance Council, the Secretary did communicate that waiver had been submitted to the USDA, and the State Finance Council at that time did vote to approve a release of that $1.825 million to DCF for the summer EBT program. And I can stay for any questions, Madam Chair.
Questions for the revisor? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, there, I'm sorry, I did not see you back there. We will now hear from Dr. Carla Whiteside Hicks. I didn't see you there sitting, I apologize. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. I'm Carla Whiteside Hicks, Director of Economic and Employment Services at DCF. Just wanted to add a few details in terms of where we are in our process of having our waiver approved. As you may or may not know, our process is a little different in Kansas from some other states. Primarily because of the complexity. So some states are working with, they only restricted energy drinks. And ours is a little different because we're going with what is defined in state statute. But with that, we have been meeting regularly with a technical support team from FNS, and they are guiding us through this process of what we need to do. Specifically, when we first submitted the waiver, I created an internal team to walk us through this process, the same process we would use for any other waiver request that we have. It was quickly evident that we do not have internal capacity to meet all of the requirements of having our waiver request approved. For example, we have to have an evaluation plan. I have no one on my team who has the skill set to develop an application plan or an evaluation plan. So we tried to have to bring in a third party who would be able to do that, and we were told that we would need to do a full RFP. That's where we are now. We have drafted that document. We are also continuing to update the rubrics that we have from FNS and responding to the questions that we will need to make sure that we have appropriate responses to before we can get our waiver approved. Just had a meeting with FNS this morning, one of our regularly scheduled meetings. We had already sent them a draft of the scope of work for the RFP and our updated rubrics. They provided some verbal feedback. We are expecting written feedback early next week. We will make those changes, send them back through to FNS one more time, and then hopefully at least the RFP part, we can move forward with having that approved so that we can move that through internal concurrence at DCF and get that published. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you for the update. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. When you say evaluation process, what are you evaluating? The types of foods that will or will not be on that list, or?
No, so as part of the waiver request, there are 4 specific things that we have to, plans that we have to have. And the evaluation is to determine how effective this healthy waiver process, or how effective this this change is. So what were, for example, the health outcomes prior to the implementation of this, comparing that at some point to what are the health outcomes after that to see if this had any impact on the health of Kansans.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Shane.
What's the complexity of determining whether or not having candy and soda as part of the SNAP Benefit Assistance Program, the impacts that would have on health? I guess I'm confused. I think the consensus opinion would arguably be that those are generally unhealthy if part of a nutritional assistance program. So I guess I'm confused as to what the complexity is.
The complexity is not that. The complexity is, for the waiver process, is how we restrict access to certain foods. So you've heard the talk of, in statute, if it has flour in it, we don't have to restrict that. If it does not have flour in it, then we do have to restrict that. So one of the plans that we have to develop is with our retailers, how do we assist them in knowing what foods are and are not allowable for purchase with SNAP benefits? That's the complex part.
And is there not any kind of national guidance, considering this was part of a national policy agenda, or whether that's part of the agenda out of HHS or jointly with USDA as far as prohibiting popping candy from being in there? There's not a resource that helps provide a clear guidance beyond the regulatory definitions of popping candy?
There is not. Every state has a different waiver request. Ours is specific to Kansas statute. Other states, it could be specific to their statute or to a definition that that state agency determined was appropriate for them.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a question for you or another person. I mean, it sounds like, there has to be an evaluation plan that's going to require different individuals to do that. The complexity of the nature of what's going on here seems to be requiring additional time. Has pen been put to the paper to see how much that's costing us to develop all of this, since some of it's kind of complex and some of it's different?
We have not done that, and I can tell you why. Normally, yes, that would be part of our process. FNS offers several waivers, and when we are trying to determine if one is feasible for us, we are looking at what our identified need is, what will it take to get that waiver approved, to implement it, to monitor, things like that, and then we do a cost analysis to determine whether or not we have the funds and the staff capacity to do that. With this, we did not go through that process, but that is something that we can provide in terms of the staff hours that it would cost and the cost of the RFP.
Thank you. I do have another question. Was there any change in terms of the language from the original bill that was heard to what was then in the waiver in terms of, like you mentioned, flour products, et cetera? I know there was some different language in the initial bill. I was just curious if that's what transferred over.
Not that I know of. So we are operating under what is in statute right now. So I don't know of a change.
Committee, other questions? Senator Shane.
So for the food vendors and retailers, as they go to handle ineligible food items right now, so hot foods and those kinds of things, is that handled in the point of sale system as far as when there's SNAP eligibility or not SNAP eligibility for the food?
Yes, it is.
So if they had a running list, it should be just implementation within the point of sale system, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So regarding the evaluation, did the USDA require that, or is that something that the department just wanted as part of their waiver request?
That is one of the 4 components that's required by USDA. That is part of the waiver process.
And I see your timeline here in your testimony, and it ends with, I believe, another meeting. Do you have any just ballpark guess as to when you think it will be completed? Do you have any inkling at all?
So as I mentioned, we did meet. We had a meeting at 10 o'clock this morning, and that's where we were provided some initial feedback to the draft RFP. Once we get the written feedback early next week is what we've been told. We have asked for, in our waiver request, we asked for 18 months from the date the waiver is approved for full implementation. I would expect, unless FNS comes back with some items that need to be addressed that we did not discuss this morning, I believe we are on track to have an RFP at least ready for internal concurrence by the end of the month, unless something unforeseen happens.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. I know that, I believe 12 states have already obtained a waiver. Do we know how long it took them from the time their waiver was submitted to the time it was approved?
I do not. I do know that some states have had their waiver request approved quickly. And those are typically those states in which they were restricting the purchase of energy drinks. Very clear, very, that was easier for them to do. Because of the complexity of our state statute and what we can and cannot allow as purchases, it is taking us longer to assure FNS that we have everything in our plans that will meet their requirements for a successful plan.
Other questions? To staff, those other states, do we have any indication how long it took for their waiver to be submitted and approved? It sounds, I understand it sounds very cut and dry when you say energy drinks. Energy drink to me is a Diet Dr. Pepper because of the caffeine. Might be coffee for some people is their energy drink. So it sounds simple when we say pop and candy, but we know that those details, those definitions matter. So if staff could maybe look into if it's possible to ascertain how long it takes typically to get a waiver approved, that would be very helpful. Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe one other request to staff. It'd be interesting if we could look into if the USDA, HHS, other federal agencies are providing guidance on potentially qualifying products that would fall under pop and candy, and or the lists that have been generated by our counterpart states that also have requested similar waivers. It'd be nice to see what everybody else is doing as well.
Committee, anything else before we move on? Seeing nothing, thank you so much for being here and for your time. Appreciate you coming and providing us with this information.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, committee, now we will turn to the next item on our agenda, which is a discussion of fire marshal building inspections. If you've looked ahead, as I informed you before lunch, we have a lot of testimony, a lot of verbal testimony and written around this topic. We have 12 people who are here to testify orally in person. We will be allowing 5 minutes per conferee, and then after conferees have testified, then we will open it up for questions. I have found that it sometimes is helpful to do that because more often than not, a subsequent conferee will answer a question that a committee member has. So please just make note of any questions you have, and we will have time for questions after the conferees. And conferees, if you cannot stay until the end of testimony, please let me know, and we will make an exception to take questions after your testimony if there are any from the committee. So we will begin with Kylie Childs, Director of Government Affairs from Leading Age, Kansas. Welcome, Kylie. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Childs, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs with Leading Age Kansas. So with me today is Linda Mowbray with the Kansas Healthcare Association, and our written testimony also includes the Kansas Adult Care Homes Executives, or CASE. But Bill is unfortunately not able to be with us in person today, so he's just written only there. So thank you for the opportunity for us to provide insights into the ongoing challenges providers have faced with the State Fire Marshal's Office. Unfortunately, this is not a new challenge. It is longstanding and wider reaching than just long-term care providers in Kansas, as evidenced by bills being introduced in the legislature to either abolish or create a joint committee for oversight of the office stemming back to 2011 and 2012. In more recent years, long-term care providers have continued to face issues, including body cameras used without notice, raising resident privacy concerns, conflicting guidance on door codes and delayed egress, leading to costly attempts at compliance, sudden changes to fire drill rules in assisted living, increasing fall and elopement risks, licensure delays, causing compliance issues with other state requirements, incorrect immediate jeopardy tags, later overturned through an IDR process, but still adding cost and burdensome time, provider fear of retaliation, reducing open communication with regulators. So while you'll hear from a couple providers directly today, several others submitted written testimony that is worth noting. Wichita Presbyterian Manor has recently been cited for issues that had passed previous surveys since 2014, including posting door codes, which the NAFPA Life Safety Code is actually silent on per CMS Region 7. And they recently had a lightning strike at their building where proper fire watch and emergency preparedness protocols were followed, but they were still cited just due to being offline. So this was no fault of their own, and this to us highlights the inconsistent and possibly incorrect enforcement interpretations. Blueston, Pace, and McPherson has faced conflicting directives between local fire officials and the state fire marshal over occupancy permits, with local fire's interpretation ultimately being the final ruling after a timely back and forth process. KSFM also filed a complaint with KDADS alleging Blueston Pace lacked adult day center licensure, though PACE programs are federally exempt from this licensure, showing again KSFM's lack of understanding of provider service lines and adding unnecessary administrative burdens to address the complaint. Cheney Golden Age Homes recently delayed renovation project approvals despite assurances they'd be cleared if just one more detail was provided. However, the request for one more detail had been requested multiple times. It was a constant back and forth process. This caused extra financial costs and left them at risk for their next health survey of not being in compliance, with the project still not being complete. And to us, this underscores the contradictory authority that traps providers either way for noncompliance between health and life safety with the fire marshal's office. Medical lodges in the Good Samaritan Society were struggling with plans of correction submissions. The KSFM had seemed to shift the longstanding practices of what they were accepting and expecting with this and kind of move the goalpost without providing guidance on what they are seeking. The unclear expectations and shifting rules created frustration and delay with never-ending cycles of noncompliance. And the Nickel Home, during a survey a couple years ago, a KSFM supervisor asked staff to run a prime sprinkler test without licensed personnel or protections for resident belongings. Only after another surveyor quietly pulled the administrator aside and advised that they were not required to do it, did the administrator feel empowered enough to say no. So to us, this demonstrates provider fear of speaking up against a punitive agency that is not fostering collaboration, even when what they're doing and asking for may be wrong or not in the best interests of residents that are being served. So still too many providers remain silent out of fear of retaliation, creating a chilling effect on the honest communication and collaboration. Meanwhile, conflicting survey standards for health and life safety code leaves providers and the residents that they are serving caught in the middle, undermining quality resident-centered care. Compounding this, the KSFM office demonstrates limited understanding of the complexities of aging services, further straining an already challenging system. So our written testimony includes examples from states like Iowa that have successfully streamlined these processes, and we appreciate the opportunity to raise these concerns and stand ready to work with the committee on sustainable long-term solutions. I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Kylie. Next, we have Linda Mowbray, President and Chief Executive Officer of Kansas Healthcare Association. Welcome, Linda.
I think the microphone's on now. Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association, Kansas Center for Assisted Living. Here today to absolutely support our providers. You know, there's only 290 some skilled nursing homes left. There are over 400 assisted living, home plus, residential health cares across the state. And they don't even share the same code requirements. The assisted livings and the state licensed only are governed under Life Safety Code 2006. The nursing homes under Life Safety Code 2012. I was on the committee back in the early aughts when we finally were able to get the 2012 implemented. I assure you it was not in 2012, it was much later. Almost immediately, we turned around to look at Life Safety Code updating again because the process takes so long. We were looking at 2018's version of the Life Safety Code. Because of pandemic, changes in the fire marshal's office, that work has ground to a stop. So right now, we are stuck with the 2006 code for assisted living and the 2012 code for the nursing homes. For some of our providers who have been in this business a really long time, they're just stymied when a surveyor comes in and cites them for something that has been approved or has had a variance for a very long time. What changed? And where is it written? And when a plan of correction is put into place, that plan of correction is often not accepted because it's not a proof of correction. Now, the whole idea of a plan of correction is to say, what are you going to do to fix the problem? The cable guy came in and he punched holes for cables in 5 of your rooms, and so now you've got a smoke barrier problem. What are you going to do to fix it? And the plan of correction will usually say, you know, we've identified this, we're using this particular product with the fire code rating, you know, it's going to be applied here, this is where we're documenting it, we're going to educate our utility people, blah, blah, blah. That's not being accepted anymore. They want to see that it's done. That's not the way it's supposed to work. One of my providers down in the Wichita area, a Home Plus, received conflicting information. They specialize in dementia. They have people that are ambulatory, but have no safety and cognitive awareness, and so they exit seek. The fire marshal's office said in order to use a magnetic lock or a mag lock on the door, the code has to be posted. Okay, but some of these are high-functioning people. Can we put the code over here instead of right next to the door and the lock? Nope. Can we write the code backwards? Nope. What can we do? Post the code so it's readable. Resident got out twice. The KDAD surveyor said, don't post the code. Whose guidance do you follow? The repercussions are both immediate jeopardies, no matter which angle they take. So they're really caught in the crosshairs. Another time, they were expanding one of their homes down in the Wichita area. Again, a Home Plus, small. This one only had 5 or 6 beds. They were expanding. These are in residential areas. Their plans were approved by the fire marshal for a particular type of sprinkler system. The project was well underway when the fire marshal's office came back and said, nope, we're not going to let you do that kind of system. You're going to need this more expensive wet system, and now it's going to cost $20,000 more. There's delays. We have to get the city involved to put in a larger water meter and source to give the water to that sprinkler system. Delays, delays, delays. Construction's already underway. What about the other people that are living there in the house? You know, we're disrupting their lives too. More should be speaking up, but there is fear of retaliation. We really feel like we need clear, consistent communication between the fire marshal's office and KDAD's. We feel like inspectors and reviewers have to be on the same page and know the same rules and want the same outcome. You know, we all just want our residents to be safe. We want to follow the rules, but we have to work together to get this done and not have a three-way debate between the provider, the fire marshal's office, and KDADS. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much. And are you able to stay for questions later?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sean Miller, Kansas Building Industry Association. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Sean Miller. I'm here representing KBIA today. We are the residential home builders and the associated industries within the state of Kansas. I represent 8 local HBAs across the state, from Kansas City to Southwest Kansas, and almost 2,000 members. So I come to you today with sort of that bent, if you will. I probably would have been a little more effective, either A, if I'd have gotten one of my builders to be here, or B, if I'd have been a little later on the agenda, because a lot of the things that brought me here today are going to be covered, I think, by Garden City and by the Wichita folks a little bit later, because there's a couple of actions in those 2 cities that really piqued the interest of my members and really began to address some concerns. And I'll talk about those here in a little bit. I don't want to step on their specifics because they know a little bit more about it than I do, having lived it on the ground. But let me give you a quick history, if I can, with the Office of the State Fire Marshal and the home builders. I have represented KBIA in one form or another for a little over 15 years now. And my first email that addresses the fire marshal came in about a week after I started the job. And until 2020, it was pretty active. From 2020 until last year, it got a little bit more quiet. But 2008 to 2010, you'll remember we were coming out of a recession. Housing prices had really bottomed out. Our builders were struggling. And at that point in time, there began a push from some local fire officials, but it seemed mostly from the state fire marshal, to mandate fire sprinklers in all new residential construction. Most of our municipalities in Kansas chose not to do that. We did have a couple that were proceeding down that road, and so we talked to the legislature and said, same question I'll ask you later today, how many of your members feel like that housing is just too cheap and they wish they could pay more for it? Of course, the answer was none, right? And ultimately, that tension resulted in 2011 in a Senate bill being introduced. I think you heard Ms. Childs mention it earlier, Senate Bill 220, that would have abolished the Office of the State Fire Marshal. That was a predecessor to another bill that ultimately was passed that said that no local municipality can mandate fire sprinklers in residential construction, 1-home and 2-home family residential construction. That's important. The fire marshal has no authority over 1s and 2s, is what we call them, so single family or duplexes. And then what we saw after that was push through about 2016, 2017 that resulted in new regulations for the fire marshal, updated regulations. You've heard that we're on some older fire and life safety codes. This is correct. In 2017, the Office of the State Fire Marshal rolled out new regulations that would have significantly expanded the authority of the office and, in fact, would have given them veto power and adoption power over not only fire and life safety codes, but also all of the trades. Plumbing, electrical, all of those sorts of things. That culminated in a 2017 Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs Committee. Those committees can get a little bit ugly from time to time, and this was one of them. It was a very interesting scenario where I watched Representative Jim Ward and Chairman Ron Hyland and Senator Vicki Schmidt all sort of go at it for a couple of hours on what was supposed to be a 15-minute agenda item. And at the end of that meeting, Fire Marshal Jorgensen at the time agreed to pull those regulations back. And so those regulations did not go forward. That shortly thereafter was followed in 2018 and in 2019 by introduction of bills in the House that would have instituted a fire sprinkler regime within the state of Kansas. That bill had a hearing in 2018 in Les Mason's committee. There were 15 conferees. It died in committee without ever getting any action. In 2019, when the bill was introduced, there was never a hearing on that bill. And then, as we all know, in 2020, COVID hit and sort of the world changed, and we haven't heard a tremendous amount until then. Fast forward to February of this year, and the current Office of the State Fire Marshal issued a memo to all local municipalities that says, if you have adopted any variances to your fire and life safety code, this is a bit of a broadness, but they're null and void. They all have to come through our office. So if you've done it, forget them. It's my understanding, the folks from Wichita and Sedgwick County can talk to you a little more about it. There's been some inconsistent application of that. In that particular memo, there is some variances to fire sprinkler requirements in apartments. And in Kansas, an apartment is defined as any structure of 3 residences or more, right? So a triplex in Kansas is an apartment. And in that memo, the Office of the State Fire Marshal said that they've consulted with the ICC, and what these local municipalities were doing is not allowed, it's inappropriate, and so therefore they're being rejected. I have a memo from the Heartland chapter of ICC that says, no, it's a very standard variance. We do it all the time, and it is an acceptable variance. And so I'm at a loss right now to tell you whether it is or it isn't. I don't work for the ICC. I'm not there. But I do want to tell you a little bit that it seems like where we're at is that, I promise I'll wrap up quick. It seems we have a regulatory agency that when there's a bit of a gray area in the law, and we know there always is, about 1.5% cuts, who they apply to, who they don't, we have a regulator now who seems to be choosing the most extreme interpretation every time. That's putting our builders, that's putting our cities and counties in a real bind as to what they can do. And so I would ask you to take a little bit of a look at this, see where we are on this, and see if we can't find some middle ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you able to stay for questions?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan Shreve, Interim Director from InterHab. Is Megan here? That's okay. We will just keep going, and when she gets here, if she gets here, we will then have her provide her testimony. Okay, Michelle Rifford, Administrator, Wellsprings of Westmoreland. Welcome, Michelle.
Chairwoman Erickson, members of the Senate Committee on Government Efficiency, thank you. My name is Michelle Rifford, and I am the administrator at Wellsprings of Westmoreland, a small not-for-profit skilled nursing and assisted living facility located in rural Westmoreland, Kansas, near Manhattan. Our facility cares for some of Kansas's most vulnerable residents, including individuals living with dementia. I'm here today to share a firsthand account of how a flawed and inaccurate citation process issued by the State Fire Marshal's Office resulted in an immediate jeopardy, or IJ, finding for our facility. IJ findings are serious. They carry fines that can total thousands of dollars and are intended to address situations where residents are at risk of serious harm or death. In our case, the citation was later determined to be based on the wrong regulation, but not before it caused unnecessary stress to our residents and staff, disrupted care, and placed significant financial strain on our operations. I will focus on 4 key points: the erroneous nature of the citation, its negative impact on residents, the burdens placed on our team, the conflicting regulations between health, safety, and life safety code enforcement, which left our facility caught in the middle. On October 14th, 2024, we received a citation concerning the secured gate to our memory unit courtyard. This gate had been in place for over 30 years and was secured with a passcode-protected padlock. All residents in the memory unit have physician orders for secured placement due to their cognitive impairments. Our staff are thoroughly trained on emergency procedures for unlocking the gate in case of a fire or other emergencies. Despite this, the fire marshal inspector demanded we remove the padlock and instead wire the gate to the fire alarm system, citing fire code compliance. To comply with the fire marshal's directive, we would have had to unlock the courtyard gate, leaving it open to a parking lot adjacent to Highway 99. Doing so would have violated health safety regulations, which require secured environments for residents with dementia. If a resident had wandered outside, we could have received a separate immediate jeopardy citation from the health inspector for allowing an elopement, even if we were following the fire marshal's order. In short, health inspectors require the gate to be locked. Fire inspectors require the gate to be unlocked or electronically released. Our facility was stuck in the middle, trying to protect residents and comply with 2 sets of opposing standards. This courtyard isn't just an outdoor space. It's a critical therapeutic resource used to calm residents, reduce agitation, and support their emotional well-being. Restricting access caused immediate harm to residents' quality of life. Our staff spent countless hours addressing the citation, pulling them away from direct resident care. We spent over $850 on emergency measures, including conduit installation, and received quotes for thousands more. We filed an informal dispute resolution, our only available avenue to contest the citation, but were initially told the IJ would likely remain and our appeal would be denied. Later, I received a call from the Fire Marshal's office confirming that the citation had been based on the wrong regulation. The immediate jeopardy was rescinded, but the damage had already been done. Residents suffered from lack of access to vital outdoor space, staff morale was impacted, time and money were wasted, and most importantly, we were left with deep uncertainty about how to safely comply with two contradictory regulatory frameworks. We take fire safety and all forms of resident safety incredibly seriously, but this experience highlights the need for a more consistent, coordinated, and balanced approach to enforcement. I strongly urge the committee to review how health safety and life safety codes are enforced, especially in long-term care settings. These systems must be aligned to avoid creating situations where protecting residents from one risk exposes them to another. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to share this experience.
Thank you. And are you able to stay,
Yes.
Michelle? Thank you. Appreciate it. Did Megan arrive? Megan Shreve, Interim Director of InterHab. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair Erickson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Shreve, and I'm the Acting Interim Executive Director at InterHab. InterHab represents IDD providers across the state of Kansas, and we want to emphasize that providers have tried to work in good faith with the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and we truly do want to collaborate. Unfortunately, that collaboration has not been possible under the current approach. The Fire Marshal's rigid interpretation of fire codes is being applied to privately owned single-family homes where people with disabilities live, homes that are no different than the ones that you and I live in. Yet, because of who lives there, they are required to undergo costly modifications such as sprinklers and specialized alarm systems. These requirements are not applied to other Kansans, raising serious concerns about fairness and discrimination. The result is higher costs, delayed housing projects, displacement of residents, and situations where providers have had to abandon new home construction altogether. In some cases, providers are forced to put in fire watch staffing that isn't based on resident needs, but simply to satisfy rules, diverting scarce dollars away from direct care that is essentially the main reason that they're there. You can view several examples in my written testimony and examples from 2 other providers who are willing to share with you in writing. Yet many others who have shared with me were unwilling to attend today because publicly they fear retribution. We all share a commitment to safety. We all agree on that. Safety must be balanced with the rights of people with disabilities to live in community settings. We respectfully ask the committee to acknowledge the current overreach by the Fire Marshal, support next steps to streamline efficiencies, and encourage true collaboration between the Fire Marshal's office, KDADs, providers, and families so that safety measures are appropriate and not barriers to those wanting to live in the community of their choice. Again, this is not about reducing safety. It's about applying safety requirements in a fair and reasonable way and streamlining best practices. People with disabilities deserve the same rights, dignity, and housing opportunities as all Kansans. Thank you so much for your time and leadership on this important issues, and I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Are you able to stay until the end? Appreciate it. Jessica Easterwood, Executive Director of Assisted Living and Licensed Nursing Home Administration at Larksville Place. I believe that Jessica is online. Jessica?
Yes.
The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senator Erickson and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Easterwood. I'm a licensed nursing home administrator, and I serve as the administrator at Larksville Place Assisted Living, a nonprofit continuing care retirement community in South Central Kansas. I am here today because I want to highlight a serious concern with the Kansas State Fire Marshal's Office, the lack of collaboration and support providers receive when seeking guidance. When I contact the State Fire Marshal's Office, it's never because I haven't read the regulations. It's because I need help with interpretation on how to apply them in real life situations with residents who are elderly, frail, or living with dementia. Too often, the response is simply read the regulations. That is not collaboration, and it does not help us keep residents safe. Instead, it creates barriers and leaves providers feeling unsupported. The lack of training in aging services and dementia care only makes the gap wider. Without understanding the realities of the population they are serving, the regulations are applied in ways that can actually harm residents rather than protect them. For example, excessive evacuation drill in assisted living and memory care settings required by the Kansas State Fire Marshal's Office disrupt sleep, increase confusion in memory care situations, and even put residents at risk of falls. What we need is an approach built on partnership, where the Fire Marshal's Office works with providers to find solutions that balance safety with dignity. Oversight should not feel punitive. It should feel like a collaboration to achieve the shared goal of protecting aging Kansans. I respectfully urge the committee to review the Kansas State Fire Marshal's scope of authority and encourage reforms that make collaboration, consistency, and resident-centered safety standards. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the seniors we serve. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. And are you able to stay on until the end of testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Kip Elliott, Disability Rights Attorney from Disability Rights Center of Kansas. Kip, are you there online?
I am here. I guess my video's not working. Thank you, Matt, and the committee. I am an attorney with the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. Our written testimony explains more about who we are. I think most people know who we are. We actually presented testimony and written testimony in opposition to the bill, but I want to say up front that listening to the speakers before me, as well as reading testimony from almost everybody, I think that we all have the same concern that we keep people safe. And one of the things that I would highly recommend is that we somehow figure out a way in all of the stakeholders together and come up with a way to work this out to make everybody safe. I think that the prior speaker before me, Jessica Easterwood, it was a really good comment she made about regulations needing to be adjusted depending on who that population is. And I agree with that. I agree with so many things that people are saying or writing. And I really hope that there is somehow, some way that we can bring all of these stakeholders together and come up with, hey, these are things that we want to fix without just shoving the state fire marshal's office aside. And I can tell you that I come in to this from, I think it was in 2014, that I filed 17 fair housing complaints because of not only the state fire marshal, but the city requiring sprinklers in these group homes for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And again, I agree, they should be treated as a single family living unit. And that was so overreaching. And Department of Justice actually got involved in all of this. And we had tours and they came out for a few days. And ultimately we were able to resolve this. One of the concerns that I had is that this particular city was pushing and focusing on one provider instead of all of the providers that were licensed within their city. And I want to make sure that no matter what we do, not giving certain people power that can pick on, well, I like this provider very much, so we're going to go after them. I think we have to be careful helpful. And I would love to sit down with everybody that is involved in testifying either as proponents or opponents. And because I think we share a lot of the same philosophy for safety. In our written testimony, we specifically set out per section some of our objections, and I'm not going to go through all of those because I know all of you are perfectly capable of reading. I do want to note that one of the concerns that I had was in section 2, specifically on noting that KDADS is in contract with state marshal, but may choose not to. And although I respect KDADS, we work with them a lot. As the Protection and Advocacy Agency for Kansas, we go in and we monitor facilities. And there are times that certainly I've had concerns and disagreements with KDADS as well, and on how things are being done. And I think it's important. And I don't know how to get this accomplished. I know Mike Burgess from DRC is in the room today. And I know we've talked about it. I'm hoping that somehow we can figure out a way to meet and to start collaborating, because that's already been mentioned by several people. We need to do that. So we need to work together. And I agree with some of the things that I've dealt with the State Fire Marshal's office are overreaching, and they know I feel that way. But I'm concerned about going too far the other way, and that we're not being as safe as we possibly can be. I kind of made notes as people were speaking, and I think that everybody wants people to be safe, and they want to. I keep hearing we need to work together, we need to meet, and I'm hoping that somehow we can do that before this bill moves forward. And I won't put Mike on the spot totally, but I think Mike would be willing to kind of help spearhead this so that we can do that. We need to talk to each other and figure this out. I appreciate the time to speak to all of you, and I will be available for questions at the end.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. And just for everyone's understanding, this is not a hearing on this particular bill. It's part of the issue, I believe, but we are not, having a bill hearing at this time. But please know that there is this bill and what it addresses, and we'll see if it comes up in session. Next, we have Lola Kernell. I hope I pronounced your name right. Lola, Advocacy Coordinator, Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Is Lola online or in person? Okay, we will come back in case she joins us. We will go ahead and move on to Brad Crisp, Deputy Chief of Fire Prevention and Fire Marshal, Sedgwick County Fire Department. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, Chairperson Erickson and Senators. Wichita and Sedgwick County have a long history of adopting and amending nationally recognized codes. In my 35 years of public safety, we have successfully adopted local amendments tailored specifically to our communities. These codes and amendments are scrutinized by the Sedgwick County Board of Code Standards and Appeals, as well as the Sedgwick County Fire District 1 Board of Code Standards and Appeals. These codes and amendments are then presented to our local elected officials for review, approval, and adoption. During these processes, stakeholders from all the trades codes, architects, builders, engineers, and other code officials, as well as others, are involved in evaluating, crafting, and eventually creating the finished product. We're very supportive of the State Fire Marshal updating their antiquated codes, but we also strongly support local decision-making. Sedgwick County residents deserve a common sense approach to reasonable, coordinated, and legal fire and building code regulation. Wichita and Sedgwick County continue to strive to make our communities both safe and secure while helping to deliver quality and attainable housing and safe businesses for our constituents. We're asking for your support to help the State Fire Marshal adopt a contemporary code while preserving the local decision-making authority with cities and counties who stay current. And when I say current, I'm talking within the last 2 code cycles of national codes, and while recognizing and honoring the need for local amendments. I'll be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. And are you able to stay until?
Yes.
We're getting closer to the end, every person, so thank you. Next, we have Chris Labrum, Director, Metropolitan Area Building and Construction Department. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Erickson. You did. I appreciate that. Senators, committee members, as stated, Chris Labrum, I'm the Director of MABCD, or the Metro Area Building and Construction Department. We're the joint department for City of Wichita and Sedgwick County, so we oversee unincorporated Sedgwick County as well as city limits of Wichita, and then in some form we serve all cities within Sedgwick County with the exception of Derby and Hayesville right now. We also assist Andover, Kansas, as well as Mulvane and Sumner County, and at times we help in Reno County, so we do have quite a bit of influence in the area. All of those jurisdictions that utilize our services also adopt our code. So we have a very robust, we feel, code process that gets us to the right place for the industry as well as for safety. I do want to emphasize that, we want to thank the State Fire Marshal for the good. I've seen what appears to be a lot of good communication since we've had a new fire marshal in place. There does seem to be an effort to collaborate and work on things. I specifically want to compliment them for our latest code cycle in that, given the way the KSA is structured, it's a little interesting. It requires us to present a summary of our code amendments. It doesn't specifically say what, just a summary of our changes. So we present, of course, our full amendment package in an effort to be transparent and to just do the right thing there. It also then says that the fire marshal can either approve or reject those, but we don't get anything that tells us what happens if that is rejected. So that basically comes down then to do my elected officials want to stand fast on what we have and see what comes next, or do we want to capitulate if there's a disagreement between us and the fire marshal? So on this last code, we actually had coordinated with their office, and they allowed us to submit our code amendments, our code package, in advance of taking it to our elected body. So that was very big for us. Obviously, very much reduces the risk of conflict, et cetera. They approved our code. Then I was later a little bit surprised to see that an amendment that was copied from my code into the Sedgwick County Fire Code that Chief Crisp, who just spoke, represents, was then rejected. So, and now a little bit on the rejection too. If that takes place, again, the state statute does not specifically say that my code is just out the window. So I know in the 18 cycle, we had a few amendments that were questioned. We provided justification, reasoning, back and forth with the fire marshal. We adjusted the language in a few of those amendments and made them better. It didn't change the context, or it didn't change the content of the amendment, but it did clean up the language and make it more understandable, more usable. So we greatly appreciated that. And then, and of course you have my written comments of the concern, and what I'm summarizing here is that I feel like I, again, am here in Topeka defending a 2024 version of the code that has been vetted through industry professionals, a local advisory board made of industry professionals. Some of those assisting in my code sit on the state board of professionals. We've coordinated these with the ICC, the International Code Council, excuse me. These have been in place, as Chief Crisp said, in many cases for decades. They have proven safe. They have proven to find the right balance of supporting industry while keeping our public safe. And then again, a little troubling to feel like, maybe that will change. If I'm off base with this, then I apologize, but I feel like I'm defending, again, my 2024 version of a code in a very robust cycle against the 2006 version of the code and the applications that come with that. So we certainly want to work with the state fire marshal, and we certainly want a code that works for all of us. We have not and will not ever oppose a statewide minimum. We are all for statewide standards, minimum standards. We just insist that that is done in a way that does not reduce our standards, impact our processes, break our programs, if you will, or also remove our ability for home rule and our ability for local decision making. I would certainly hope and expect that if we were ever to do something that was off base, that was just a miss in the code, and the fire marshal was to catch that, that would be great. That's what that backstop is there for, and we would certainly work to remedy that. But in this case, the very specific example, I did see that they had a letter from the International Code Council's fire protection engineer, and it did not surprise me that they said that you're not going to find a better fire suppression system or fire, you're not going to find a better protection system, excuse me, than sprinklers. I agree with that. But that is not consistent with the code as a whole. The code as a whole gives us a lot of options for how the building code, the fire code, handle fire area, fire protection. I've seen in a lot of that correspondence, it discusses residential versus commercial, but it seems to omit a great deal of that conversation, and items such as townhouses, et cetera, that are covered in that, and all of those code concepts that go with that. So again, I will finish with that and just stating that obviously we are concerned when we see things start to go this direction. Hopefully we can get this communication, back where we think it should be, and work this out together. I did also put my written comments, if you've seen those, and we'll point out that several years ago, when we had some similar concerns and issues that had come up, we formed a statewide advisory committee that was very close to getting the 2018 version of the IFC, the International Fire Code, adopted. It was actually with the Attorney General for review. Unfortunately, COVID, I think, preempted a lot of things. The last meeting of that committee, if I remember correctly, was in February. It might have been early March, but I think it was in February of 2020. And I know I drove home from the meeting here in Topeka to a meeting about dealing with COVID. So, and then it just, we never saw anything more after that. So I would advise that something along those lines, and to try to work out an agreement as to what is truly a variance or an amendment between a newer code and an older code, and how that would be handled is advisable. So I thank you again for your time. Gladly will stand for questions.
Thank you so much. We'll hold questions for a few more folks. I believe that Lola Cornell is back with us. So Lola is the advocacy coordinator for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Hi, Lola. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, too. Hope you can hear me okay.
Can you pull that mic down just a little bit for her? Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman Erickson and members of the committee. On behalf of the Kansas Council, as you all know already, we thank you for the We thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon during the interim session. My name is Lola Cornell. Like you said, Chairwoman Erickson, the advocacy coordinator for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. I am here today to strongly oppose Senate Bill 276, as it would put innocent lives in danger across our state. As others have stated, including our own state's fire marshal, this bill will take away fire safety protections for Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. who live in adult care homes and IDD service provider facilities. Fires in these settings are especially dangerous because many people need help to evacuate quickly. In fact, people with disabilities are 8 times more likely to die in a fire than the general population, and 1 in 4 home fire fatalities involve someone with a disability. If Senate Bill 276 passes, it will remove the Kansas State Fire Marshal's direct authority to enforce fire codes in these buildings. If this bill passes, that also means safety problems could take longer to fix and put people at risk. Fire doesn't wait for paperwork to move through the system. Every second matters in an emergency, and lives will be lost if we weaken these protections. If a provider has unique challenges, exemptions already exist, so they can work with the fire marshal on safe alternatives. There is no reason to eliminate these protections altogether. I would like to ask you this. Would you knowingly send your children or grandchildren into a school, library, or home with no fire safety standards? I don't think anyone here would. Kansans with disabilities deserve the same level of safety and protection as everyone else, especially in a group home, where you are often placed with other strangers with disabilities. KCDD stands willing to work with the conferees supporting this bill to look at creative ways to come up with funding streams to ensure our population is protected and our homes are up to the highest level fire code. Financial concerns should never outweigh human life. Kansas should be a leader in protecting people with disabilities, not a state that lowers standards and puts us at a greater risk. Please put safety first and do not pass Senate Bill 276. Thank you for your time and consideration. KCDD will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Lola, thank you so much. A great job as always. So
Thank
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Next, we have Matthew Allen, City Manager, City of Garden City. Welcome to committee. He's a hard act to follow, so.
Thank you, Chair Erickson and members of the committee, for the opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of the City of Garden City as it relates to the discussion of the State Fire Code enforcement. The City of Garden City opposes any effort to expand the scope of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. It would be a step in the wrong direction to have the office do all the plan reviews and inspections for the entire state of Kansas. Garden City, along with other communities, provide various plan reviews and inspections on behalf of the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and this process has worked effectively for decades. The city has stayed up to date with the adoption of nationally accepted building and fire codes to keep up with best practices and industry standards. These codes are reviewed by local Board of Appeals and are ultimately adopted by the City Commission, allowing for a robust process whereby local stakeholders and experts can make recommendations that make sense for our community. Our development process is robust, and the city not only allows but encourages early discussions between development teams and our local building officials and fire marshal to review the various code requirements so that clear expectations are able to be set early on in the process. We are also clear about what developers and design professionals can expect from the city, which includes a 10-day turnaround on plan reviews for first submittal and 5-day turnaround on subsequent submittals. By comparison, the Office of the State Fire Marshal right now is at 30 plus, and I would lean heavy on the plus days for all submittals. 24-hour notice is what the city provides on inspections, which is not a realistic expectation for a state agency that does not even have a local office. We recognize that delays in projects can be incredibly costly and can result in projects not coming to fruition. So the city has invested significantly in our development processes to make sure they are streamlined and developers have information they need at the beginning of the process. Our recent experience with the Office of the State Fire Marshal is concerning, as they retroactively penalized an affordable housing development after they received a certificate of occupancy. This practice does not appear, I certainly hope it isn't, consistently applied across the state. In this instance, the Office of the State Fire Marshal required the developer to retrofit currently occupied units despite the development being built to city code standards, as the city provided an alternate method of fire protection, which was approved by our local Board of Appeals and approved by our governing body. This is allowed under state regulations. This has created an environment of uncertainty, and this is in a community that has 800 living units in the pipeline right now, with another 800 to 1,000 in the planning stages. We can't afford that level of uncertainty. Ironically, the concerns the city has currently with the actions of the Office of the State Fire Marshal is in direct contrast to issues that were experienced a decade prior. In 2014, there was a development project slated to be built within Finney County, and for context, the City of Garden City provides building inspection and plan review services for not just the City of Garden City, but the City of Holcomb and Finney County as well. So this building out in the county was storing hazardous materials. The city's code required the building to have a sprinkler system. Late in the process, the Office of the State Fire Marshal tried to intervene on a political favor and assert that it was an unnecessary requirement, and these types of buildings were getting built all over the state without sprinklers. And the city, as a result, asked for the Office of the State Fire Marshal to indemnify the city staff and the county governing body for waiving that requirement. They ultimately decided not to indemnify, and the building moved forward with a sprinkler. In short, our plan reviews locally, our local building codes, and our local inspection process for Garden City, Holcomb, and Finney County have remained consistent and reliable for 4 decades. They don't change with partisan political changes in Topeka. The most efficient option, as well as the most effective option, is for the state to continue to allow local municipalities to operate the way they have been for decades and not expand the scope of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. I'll stand for questions if you have any after the hearing.
Thank you so much for being here and your testimony. And I believe the last conferee we have is Mark Ingholm, the State Fire Marshal. Welcome.
Am I on 5 minutes for all of this? Because we don't have time.
We might have a little leniency since we're ahead of schedule.
Okay. So thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate the opportunity anytime I can to talk about the work that we're doing and where we're going. I have been the State Fire Marshal for about 20 months, and we've seen a lot of change in our office during that time, which I think some of the people who were testifying have alluded to, and you'll see actually some written testimony from folks that we have worked with. As I stated in my written testimony, I'm all about collaboration. I want people to come to the table. I want to be transparent. I want to find ways to move forward within the structure of the state law that you provide me with, right? I do not believe that in my job, that it is my job to make the laws. It is my job to carry them out as you pass them. So, to give some context to that, we have a statewide fire code. And that is something that the legislature went through and decided at some point that we should have a minimum standard statewide. That standard is the only fire code in 95% of the state of Kansas. 5%, and then you've heard some folks here testify today from our larger cities, have adopted codes, and those codes are meant to enhance the state fire code. The state fire code sets a minimum. The local code is to be layered on top of that or the same, and to build on it so that they have concerns in their area that the state does not cover. For example, food trucks, they can go and start inspecting and regulating food trucks, which they have done. The problem we have faced is that that's that hard deck. We have had cities who have decided that they're not enhancing the state code, but they're going to take it upon themselves to start going below the minimum set by our state law. And so, as you're well aware, when we have a law that is uniform force and effect across the state of Kansas, it is not subject to home rule. A city cannot exempt themselves from the state fire code, right? And we have to defend that lower limit, because if we're not consistently enforcing it, then it negates that law, and we end up with a home rule situation in which we'd end up with a patchwork of 105 different rules. So what we're trying to do is just be consistent. But I will say, I don't know if there's a single person that will say that I'm not open, that I'm not wanting to talk and look at things. We're trying to work as quickly as we can to fix some issues. The state fire code's a mess. And if those of you who have heard me testify the last 2 years, every opportunity I've had during a budget committee or a legislative committee, I've talked about, we have the oldest adopted fire code. And we are struggling to get one passed because our rules and regulation process in the state is not conducive to large codes moving through the process. So these codes update every 3 years. Ideally, we would be in a situation like the state of Florida where we can adopt automatically or within 120 days notice and working with their locals, they adopt the newest version of the code as it comes out automatically. That would put us all in the same layer. But what has happened is because the state has fallen so far behind that the cities have continued to build on it and gone off into a different direction, and they're not compatible. So that's kind of the situation we're coming to. Specifically, all the issues you heard today where we're talking about local areas are all about sprinkling in apartment buildings. The state code defines an apartment building as any building with 3 or more dwelling units. Any building with 3 or more dwelling units is required, that being constructed now, is required to have a sprinkler system. That's the code that we adopted. That's the code in force. Whether that's the best idea or not, I wasn't part of that decision back in the 1980s. That is the code. So again, it's our job to enforce the code as written, not maybe as we wish it would be. So that is what it all comes down to, is these are that the cities don't want to require sprinklers in anything more than any building with 3 or more dwelling units in it. Again, as state law defines that as an apartment building. So we're not trying to overstep. I'm simply trying to, and we're trying to, first of all, work with people to find an answer. I don't like to say no. There are times where we have to say no. But at the same time, we have to defend that state minimum. Otherwise, we have nothing. Does that make sense? Okay. I know there's a lot of different pieces here. I've given you a lot of information. Just realize that at the same time we're talking about all this, we are also facing major challenges in our state beyond this that are affecting it also. And one of those is our fire service is in deep trouble. We had a fire in a community in southeast Kansas this week. People woke up at a little after 1 in the morning, smelled smoke, got out, called 911. There's a fire station 2.5 blocks from them. The first fire truck was on scene 32 minutes later from a neighboring town. No one from their fire department. They had no volunteers, no one to respond. And we're seeing more and more of that as our numbers drop across the state. Even more concerning is we're seeing cities who are now, because they don't have the volunteers, they're going to full career departments, but they're not staffing them to the national standards they need to. So in one case, we have a city of more than 20,000 people, and there are 6 firefighters on duty in that to protect that city. National standard, a number of firefighters on a first alarm from a career fire department is 15 firefighters at the scene. We're nowhere near that. And we've seen firefighters die because they have been dispatched with those few numbers. In Iowa just a few years ago, they lost multiple firefighters and residents because firefighters did what they do. They risked themselves to go in, but there was no one to rescue them when they got in trouble, and they died. So this all there's many different pieces here. I can talk about the new construction and the materials that we see, the fire loads that we have inside these. I think some of you have seen how I've shown that a room now will flash over to completely unlivable conditions in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. We used to be 25 minutes, 30 minutes. You had time to get out. Now there's very little time. Fires burn hotter, they burn faster. We're building a lot of OSB board and OSB type joints into houses. Floors are failing within 4 or 5 minutes, et cetera, et cetera. So taking all of that in context, I guess the final message I'd say is, and I had a great little cartoon that we came up with. You know, ChatGPT can be great, but it shows me basically standing on a tightrope. On one side I have safety, and the other side we're looking at convenience and cost. And we're constantly trying to find that right balance. Where is the right place to be at so that we're keeping people safe in a realistic way? So I guess I would stand, since I'm the last person. I'm happy to stand for questions. I will say that I have several of my staff here with me who are the real good code experts. If you have questions that get into the nuances of how things are defined or that sort of thing, that I may defer to, but happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. And I believe that's our last conferee. Did I miss anybody? I don't believe so. So we will open it up for questions. Committee, if you have a question for a specific conferee, please address it to them. Otherwise, if you want to throw it open to the group, that's fine as well. What questions do we have? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mark, could you come back up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here today. A lot of what we have heard is confusing to me. And what I'm looking for is, what is your office, how do they deal with local control? A city like Wichita, plan inspections, they do a great job doing that. What is your job there with Wichita compared to a small town of 1,500 people?
Sure. Great question. So by state statute, I'm ultimately responsible in this position for the safety of all Kansans, every place they live, work, or gather for any reason within the state of Kansas, except for 1 or 2 family residences. Now, we can, when cities adopt their own code and they grow to a certain size, remember a lot of these laws were written before we had major cities, and the state was doing all of this. So while the responsibility still lies with us, we can sign MOUs to delegate some of those to our local authorities. So we do so with Wichita, we do so with Sedgwick County. There's about 50 jurisdictions in the state that sign an MOU annually with our office to do inspections and plan review and that sort of thing. And that's a great system. I have no problem with it whatsoever. That part of it. The problem we have is, again, the responsibility, if they don't want to do it, it falls to us. So we end up in a situation like last year. A year ago, January 2024, the city of Kansas City, Kansas came to us and said they're not doing inspections anymore. Here's 700 more inspections to do a year. And our office had to eat them because statutorily they're not required to do those. They were doing them because it's their choice at a local level. So we had to actually add staff, move staff around, everything else. We have another city that is looking at the same sort of thing. As budgets get cut, are we closing a firehouse? Are we taking firefighters off a truck? Are we putting a truck away, or are they going to cut back on inspections? And we're seeing that now. So a lot of our towns, though, little areas, we are the only thing they have. We are the only code in place. We're the only enforcement. And we're doing our best to educate and work with people ahead of things. If we can have folks engage with us early on as they're developing a project, we can go through what the requirements are, and it's much easier then. Unfortunately, people just build things, and then we find out several years later when we get a complaint, and then we have to come in and try to rework through or find a way to make them safe with alternative methods.
If you have a county that has building inspection, and that county, you submit your plans to that building inspection, do they at that time do fire inspection or also improve the plans for fire inspection?
It depends. It's depends on the county, depends on how they're set up. It also depends on the type of occupancy. So there are certain types of occupancy in the state, childcare, some of them, and I could have our folks specifically lay out what those are, but if they're state licensed facilities, then we, even though they're looked at the local level, we also have to look at them because we are ultimately responsible in the licensing process for those.
Thank you very much.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Mark, it's probably for you.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think so, or you can tell me differently. I just want some clarification. There's, I think Sean said earlier that the State Fire Marshal has no authority over single-family homes or duplexes, and I think you also said 3 or more dwelling units is considered an apartment. There was some testimony earlier that indicated that privately owned single-family homes where people with IDD reside have had unnecessary cost and inspections. Can you provide some clarification there, or was there
Yeah,
something
it all
different?
comes down to definitions. And in this case, and this has been litigated actually just recently, Johnson County sued the State Fire Marshal's office before my time, and it was actually just settled in 2024. But both the district court and the appeals court found that those occupancies are of such that they need the addition, they have issues that they need the additional safety measures in place, and they upheld our oversight of those, and they upheld our continued process of that, and they rejected basically all of Johnson County's arguments.
All right, and then in a second place here, just a clarification again, it says KSFM's requirements for adult care homes are that they conduct 6 full evacuations each year with 2 occurring overnight. This far exceeds the KDAD's recommendations or requirements. Can you just give me an idea of why those are different?
Sure. Actually, I may ask Amanda, because she just did a bunch of research on this. Would you mind? Would you mind if she, okay. Amanda, this is Amanda Yorkie. She is the Chief of Prevention Division of our office. She oversees all the inspectors, works with the healthcare facilities, and can speak to this.
Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. So the difference between KDAD's regulations and the State Fire Marshal's regulations. So KDAD's regulation requires that in residential board and care settings that they conduct 1 full evacuation drill a year. That is their specific agency regulation, but within their regulation, it also states that they have to comply with all elements of the State Fire Marshal and the Kansas Fire Prevention Code. The Kansas Fire Prevention Code is what defines and outlines for all types of small residential board and care. These are your small home pluses. These are the facilities where they are in what you and I would look at as a 1 and 2 family dwelling. But in those homes, they are providing personal care and care services for these individuals with IDD type exceptionalities. And so as such, both for the small residential board and care and the large residential board and care, they are required per NFPA 101, which is the Fire and Life Safety Code that we have adopted in the Kansas Fire Prevention Code. It's required that they conduct 6 drills per year on a bi-monthly basis, with 2 of those drills held in the overnight hours. The code specifically goes further to state that as part of those drills, individuals who are not able to meaningfully assist in their own evacuations do not have to participate in those drills, because the code acknowledges that some of those individuals, due to their exceptionalities, have meltdowns, have reactionary issues that come along with that, and we just require that those facilities detail. So if I were an inspector and I was going into a facility, one of my questions would be, how many individuals is this facility licensed for? And they will say, they'll say 6 or 7. And out of those individuals, how many of them are unable to meaningfully participate in fire evacuation drills? And if they were to say that there were 2 of them, then we would expect to see drill records showing that those that are able to participate in their drill are able to evacuate and know all the available means of egress. Now, the code specifically states that when they're conducting these drills, that they are evacuating to a point of rescue or a point of safety. It doesn't necessarily state that they have to go outside. It states that they need to go to an area of refuge. So if you're in a large facility where you have fire barriers and smoke barrier walls, it would be appropriate that you could evacuate from one wing to another wing. You know, you would want to leave the wing that is impacted, that you're being drilled towards, and they would evacuate to another side. So it really depends upon the types of facilities, the size of the facility, what type of features they have, but the code is very specific as to what those requirements are. And so in this case, we have the Kansas Fire Prevention Code, which adopts our codes. It states the minimum standard is 6 times per year on a bi-monthly basis. It just so happens that KDADS has a regulation or a statute in place that they require one of those evacuation drills to be a full evacuation drill, meaning that everyone is going outside. One of the things that is brought up is those overnight hours. The code doesn't specify what those overnight hours are. We believe that the standard is the 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And we educate our providers when we are out there, and that myself, as a sound-minded person, I would be extremely agitated if my fire alarm went off at 2 in the morning in the middle of winter. Most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to elbow my spouse and tell him to go turn the smoke alarm off. So we understand the frustrations with that, but that is why there is a window there. And they have the ability to plan that during, when it's seasonal. So an idea would be for them to hold those drills in the summertime when daylight is a little bit later into the night. They could hold a drill at 9:01 p.m. The code allows them to pre-announce their drills, so they are able to notify their residents in advance to let them know that, hey, tonight we are going to have a fire drill and it's going to be shortly after 9 p.m. So you can prepare them for it. You can give them the notification for it. And again, the code is in place to be able to give them the practice so that they are aware of what their role is going to be. Because again, we do have individuals with their exceptionalities. We know that there are reactionary issues, and the more times they practice it, the better that their response is. History shows this, that people do what they are comfortable with doing in times of high stress. So your brain kind of goes into fight or flight. And in those moments, if they are not practicing that, most of the time they're going to hide in closets. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Quick follow-up on that. So you said we know that the repetition is good.
Absolutely.
Is there something to 6? Where does the number 6 and 2 at night?
Where does that come from?
Where do those come from in the code?
That comes directly within the Life Safety Code under operating features. So there's a section in there that talks about what facilities have to prepare, that they have to have an emergency preparedness plan, that staff have to review the plan, and then it goes into very specific details. There's section in there regarding how facilities can work with their residents. If they have residents that have higher capabilities, that they can be trained to help other residents in those emergency evacuation drills. But it specifically outlines that those requirements, that the drill frequency is 6 times per year on a bi-monthly basis, with 2 held during the sleeping hours.
Maybe I didn't make myself as clear as I should have. What is the basis for 6? What is there research showing 6 has improved outcomes, or 2 at night, or I know it's in the code, but where's the rationale for 6 versus 2? Because what we're hearing is, these, and I understand repetition, that practice is good, but with this population, there's also consequences, as you acknowledge. They see increased behavior problems. It's, a risk of physical harm or falling or eloping or these other things. So is there a balance, or is there something definitive that says 6 and 2 really do improve safety outcomes?
So the fire codes are written by committees. All of the national organizations, both NFPA and International Code Councils, they are comprised of members all across different industries. So you're going to have fire protection specialists, you're going to have fire departments, you're going to have individuals that are representing the communities as a whole, because the codes don't only just address residential board and care, it addresses apartments, healthcare, childcare facilities, and each of those individual elements are made up with committee members. And the committee members, they are a vast group of representatives from all different aspects that have opportunities to submit comments, questions. They utilize fire statistics. They utilize unfortunately, a lot of them are based upon after action. It's based upon studies of past fire events where people have lost their lives, and they will form these committees, much like Fire Marshal Ingholm had stated. They get together every 3 years. They make changes to the codes. The changes are not necessarily major changes. It's usually nuance type changes, wordplay to make things more clear, specifically meant for situations like this where there's interpretation differences. If the Code Council receives enough questions coming in from the public stating, hey, can you interpret this? We have issues with how this is being executed. Then those things are all categorized within those committees, and they meet together and they make adjustments where they need to make adjustments. But it is based upon fire history, fire statistics, and all the scientists and engineers and respective parties have a chance to go to the table and determine what is the best practice.
Okay, thank you for that. But so it's basically the experts have determined, which I think that there's, to Mark's point about the balancing act.
Correct.
I think there's also, as a former school principal who had to do a fire drill every month with our kids, which is good, they need to practice that. You also see, after so many years of them doing it every month, this is just a drill. And so I remember at one time we actually had a little, and we're like, not a drill, not a drill. So I think there's a balance between, oh, here we go with, you can have too many or too few. So I was just trying to ascertain what the number is actually based on. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand the balancing act is tough, but I've actually been in my mom's assisted living when a fire drill goes off. It would take an act of God to get Mom out of her chair. And you say, Mom, this is a drill, I don't care. I do not care. And I think that's a large part of what I'm hearing from the frustration from these, the assisted living and the nursing facilities is not that residents, I don't think the residents at that point either, they don't care, they don't realize that, and these folks are trying to come up with a common sense solution on how to comply with what makes sense, because an IDD setting, some of these people are operating at a 5 or 6 year old level, and some of the older folks, there's sundowner issues and all these different things. Does this Code Council actually go to these homes and see what happens to make as part of their decision-making process?
So the individuals that are involved with that code-making process, it is going to be comprised of people that not only have their family members in those homes, but there's going to be actual operators of those facilities also involved. They have the ability to participate in those code revisions. They have the ability to submit their testimony, much like we're doing here. They take information that is garnered from all these different interested parties, and then they collectively make revisions or adaptations where they need to. But I would like to speak to exactly what you're saying with your mother in an assisted living. If I could just very briefly talk to you about an example that I walked in on as an inspector. When I walked in, it was a large 2-story assisted living. They had over 100 residents. And as I was in the facility doing documentation review and going over things with the facility, their fire alarm system went off. And there was no reaction in that facility. I walked out into the hall because I was getting ready to evacuate. The fire alarm system went off. But as I walked out into the hall, what I noticed is there was very little reaction. Residents were doing exactly what you were talking about with your mom, where they stayed in their rooms. Nobody got up to look in the hallway. They had been conditioned over time when the fire alarm system goes off that they do not need to react. Nobody was getting up to look in the hallway to say, hey, is this a drill or do I need to stay here? And that was after there was an actual fire event there. It was small, it was contained. A cooking staff had left a grilled cheese unattended and it got too hot, set the system off. But when I went back into the room, we had a conversation about their drills and their staffing levels. They had over 100 residents. They had 10 staff members. And so my question is in the given amount of time to what Fire Marshal Ingholm had talked about in terms of how furniture is made today and the different response time, how there is very little response time. You don't have a whole lot of time to get out. We have a large facility with a large number of residents and there was zero reaction to a fire alarm system going off. And that was very, very concerning to me.
If I may continue. I don't want to dismiss the complaints of these people.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I wouldn't mind hearing from maybe one of the folks who have a nursing home or something like that, whether or not this is a communication problem between the fire marshal's office and these homes, or just not understanding what the requirements are, or just not able to comply. And I don't know if maybe Linda or Mobridge or Megan
Linda
or somebody could come up.
Mowbray or
Mowbray, yeah.
I saw Kylie kind of looking, or
I'd
whoever
love
would.
to speak on that. I'm an administrator.
Yes, okay, just reintroduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Jessica Easterwood. I am a licensed nursing home administrator and the executive director of a large 2-story assisted living in Wichita, Kansas. I just kind of want to first address how Brenda previously stated that she felt those residents were conditioned to be that way. I just want to tell you from an administrator standpoint, we're not conditioning our residents to stay in their rooms. We run our drills. Actually, where the community I am at, we do fire drills monthly. We do the bi-monthly required evacs based on the life safety code, and we also do the KDAD's full evac. As the administrator who's come in for the 3rd shift drills, the 2nd shift drills, the 1st shift drills, residents just don't want to get up and evacuate because it's a drill. I have brought in, and we collaborate in my building with our local fire department, actually bringing in the firemen to do the drills and what it will be like with them here, and even getting our local fire marshal and our fire department in the building. They still don't want to get up and evacuate. It's no repetition, no matter how many times we do it. For example, we have the same activities. Bingo is every Tuesday at 10:30, every week, every month, every year. Our residents will still ask, when is bingo? The repetition isn't going to make our residents want to do it anymore. It's not going to help them memorize it or know what to do. In our community, we really hone in on staff training, so staff know what to do when it's not a drill. That's what's going to be the difference between getting our residents out of the building in a real fire. It's the staff knowing what to do, because the residents aren't going to remember. Most of the residents in my community have a very low BIMS. They're not going to know which way to go, which door to go out, or where to go once they're outside the building. my biggest concern as an administrator is when we do even that 9:01 p.m. alarm, most of my memory care residents are already in bed for the evening or they're sundowning. We set that alarm off and they jump up out of bed forgetting that they need their walker and they fall and have an unwitnessed fall now, which then results in a broken hip or a broken arm. That's now a state reportable because I don't know how that happened and they can't tell me how that happened. But also because we were following fire safety code and set that alarm off that late at night, we had an injury. So now we're really scared. Not we, but now the residents are really scared when that alarm goes off because they saw what happened. There's got to be a better way for us to work and do these drills in an assisted living community. When we do our drills, residents have the right to refuse. Like she stated, we do let them know when drills are going to be. 90% of my residents will refuse to do the drill. So we can't really get a true time on how long it's taking us to get out of the building. Last month, we had our local fire department in for one of our drills with the fire department. Still could not get those residents to participate. It's not a burden on admin staff, but it's really hard when we're going resident to resident trying to get them to get up and participate, and they just don't want to, and they'll tell you, it's my home. I didn't have to do a fire drill when I lived at home. Why'd I move here? If you're going to wake me up or make me get out of my chair, I'm not going to get to watch my show or participate in my activity.
So Jessica, just a quick question. When you do have a drill, and as you said, 90% or so of the folks just refuse, how do you document that and how does that count toward compliance with the fire code?
So in the fire code from the state fire marshal's office, actually I had it pulled up here. So we can, they have the right to refuse. That is just the right of being a resident anywhere in any healthcare community. So we just document that they've refused that. I keep that document. There's not anywhere for me to document that like on the fire drill record provided by the Office of the State Fire Marshal, but I do keep those documentations just, just so that we know who's not participating. Anyone living in our assisted living here, they're able to participate in a drill physically. They can all ambulate. Of course, our memory care, that's where the cognitive concerns come into play, but everyone here can physically ambulate. They can get down the stairs. To live on the second floor, they have to be able to get down the stairs before they can move in. We have to know that they can do that safely. But we document that. I keep a spreadsheet off, just off the side so I know where I'm at, just in case the fire marshal were to come in and say, well, how many, participated? You have X amount of occupants, but I see only 16 left their rooms to participate. I can show who exactly refused. Sometimes they'll just tell me they didn't want to do it. Other times they'll tell me they're not going to do it or to stop asking them. But that's something that most administrators are documenting off on the side.
Thank you. And Linda, did you have something you would like to add? Just please restate your name for the record.
Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association. One of the things that was stated in the testimony from the Fire Marshal's office was documenting residents who cannot meaningfully participate in the drills. I have had homes tell me that I have a 6-bed home plus. I have a wing of 20 individuals, and they can't meaningfully participate, but I'm told by the inspectors, I don't want to come in here and see that every single person on this unit can't participate. And the reality is, sometimes they can't, and that it is putting them at jeopardy if they do.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, so a quick question, Linda. Do you, and again, this goes from personal experience with my mom, and because one of these old folks fall, they break a hip, and that ultimately leads to death. And so you're trying to balance safety and common sense and what they can and can't do. In my mom's case, she was of sound mind. There was no doubt. She just absolutely did not and would not comply. And I could have been there and tried to drag her out, and she would have fought me, kicking and screaming the whole way. So, you know, the fire marshal has a duty, but do you think it's more of a communication issue or just the, I'm trying to understand, you know, how we can make this work. You know, what's going on? Because I'm hearing some complaints from people who say they're not listening to us. They're not understanding the situation. Is that what you see?
It is, but I think part of this is, you know, again, sitting down at the table, having the open discussions. A lot of my homes will do what would be considered a mock drill or a mock evacuation. And they're actually, you know, have other staff or family members or whatnot stand in for the residents. So the residents aren't having to, you know, get up and move. But the staff is still with the lowest amount that's on staff. They're having to check every room. They're having to indicate whether it's, you know, occupied or not, or some way to show that they have checked on those and that they take these stand-ins, if you will, down the stairs or, you know, to the point of safety if it's a larger assisted living, or outside if it's one where they have to do the full evacuation. Is that acceptable? The answer is I don't know. You know, it's good practice for the staff, and it's a lot more realistic, if you will. It keeps the resident safer. Is it meeting the intent of the code? And if the answer is yes, how do we make sure that when there's not an administrative change, that it still meets the intent of the code, that it's still an acceptable practice?
I hate to monopolize time here. Back to our fire marshal. Thank you, Linda. First of all, does the KDAD's portion of the requirement, do KDADs do any actual physical inspection, or do these facilities just submit paperwork saying that they are complying with the requirements for a certain number of fire drills?
Great question.
Okay, just curious.
Amanda.
So in terms of, let's say if we're going to open a new one, so a facility wants to open a new small home plus residential board and care. Their application process, they submit their code footprint to us. We then will go out and do a final inspection. And once the facility meets all of the intents of the build of the facility, then we will send out what we call a referral letter. That it's a letter that goes to Department of Aging that basically states that this facility has been approved for residential board and care services for a set number of residents. And so, and that it varies depending upon the size of the home and the safety features that they have. But we send in a referral notice basically saying that they are good for licensure. And then from that point forward, they then fall into an annual inspection cycle with us where we are conducting those inspections annually. We leave that paperwork with the facility, and then it's the facility's responsibility to then submit that information for licensing purposes on an annual basis or whatever Department of Aging requires in terms of annual licensing recertifications, annual renewals, and things like that.
So they're relying on your expertise to do the job. So in other words, we have two parallel type of regulations here, and I think that partially leads to some confusion. And if we were to go forward, do we think about marrying the two and just, you know, I'm looking for solutions here.
Sir, I would like to also add that this parallel universe that exists between us and Department of Aging also exists between our agency and Department of Health and Environment for hospital facilities, Kansas Department of Health and Environment for childcare facilities. It exists within our inspections of any place where they are cooking foods. So any restaurant that's cooking foods with grease or grease-laden vapors, we have that parallel also with Department of Ag. So we have these partnerships where we have facilities that are operating, and there, in many cases, there are multiple agencies that have a small piece of the regulatory oversight. And I would really stress that once Fire Marshal Ingholm has came on, he has really promoted a culture of open communication. So we have actively established we have an ongoing meeting with Kansas Department of Health and Environment with their childcare regulations. We meet with them every week to talk about issues that they're seeing, issues that we're seeing, and we collaborate and we work together. We've also recently started doing that with Department of Agriculture regarding those restaurants, lodging facilities. We are in communication with Department of KDHE in terms of hospital inspections and hospital oversight and regulations. And we also have that same partnership with Department of Aging as well, because we also partner with them to execute the Fire and Life Safety Code surveys of federally regulated healthcare facilities, which are going to be your nursing home, your skilled nursing homes.
I'll step aside for the moment. I've got more questions I don't want to monopolize time, but it sounds like we really need to look this over very carefully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I agree, Senator Thompson. I believe the fire marshal, and then I believe Kylie has something to add, but.
If I may.
Yes.
Senator, to your question, one of the areas that we're looking at, and I don't think I've talked enough about my frustration with the rules and regulation process here. Has that gotten across? But this is one of the problems. We have conflicts. We know we have conflicts, but we're looking at a process, an antiquated process that even when I want to change it, now I have to go in and I have to provide a study on the economic impact of trying to make the codes or the regulations of one agency match another. For a small agency like us, we don't have the manpower. So we have identified where there are places where our regulations are directly in conflict with aging, right? And we have started that amendment process, but it may take us years to get through that because of the way it's set up and the way we've created this process. If there was a way we could get through these things faster, especially when there's a need like that, it would really make things a lot better. I think it would make these people a lot happier.
Step in the Committee on Government Efficiency. I think that's part of our charge and part of our role. Senator Alley, but I'm going to I believe, Kylie, did you have something you wanted to add to the previous discussion?
Yes, just to kind of, Kylie Childs, Director of Government Affairs with Leading Age Kansas, just to kind of answer the question you asked earlier about, okay, what do we do with this assisted living? Why is this becoming an issue now? We're talking about 2006 code, so why is something changing now? I think the big thing with that has been the code itself has not changed, but the interpretation and enforcement of it changes when we have different people in that fire marshal seat. And when we saw a change prior to Fire Marshal Ingholm coming on, the previous fire marshal was allowing an interpretation and enforcement for assisted living to follow what nursing homes do, which surprisingly is actually less restrictive than what the assisted livings are doing. In a nursing home, again, like Jessica said, you're focusing on staff participation. So it's mock drills. Resident participation is not required, once per shift per quarter. So that's how we had been doing it for years, and that's how it had been enforced for years. Then all of a sudden a bulletin came out last June in 2024 and said, this is what we're doing, and that's why this kind of came to a head of, okay, we need to have some conversations about this because we do have real concerns about resident elopements, falls. What does this mean in terms of people not wanting to participate? So again, I think just more of that communication before bulletins are being sent and things along those lines so we can make sure that interpretation and enforcement is also staying consistent when we do have changes in those offices, and consistent across regions, because one surveyor enforces it one way, another one doesn't.
And I think that also, I can't imagine how frustrating it is to have KDADs telling you one thing on a code, and the fire marshal and the people in the facility going, who do we listen to? How do we handle this? And I don't know the answer to that, other than, if I were you, my responsibility would be to the overall safety of the patient and the people that are in your facility. But Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This time I'd like to ask Matthew Allen, City Manager of Garden City, to come up, please. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Senator.
The question I have, and I'm still confused a little bit about the inspection process, about the approval process. You get a set of drawings in from a builder. You have said, and I don't remember exact time frame, about a week, you would review these drawings, get them ready for approval, and get them back to the builder. During that process, does your fire marshal, your local fire marshal, review the drawings?
Yes, sir.
And do they give approval or disapproval during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
And then did you say that there's another fire inspection after that?
Well, there's building code inspections once the building is going up that make sure that the construction is done in accordance with the plans that were approved.
Right, but is there another fire inspection or a fire?
No, our fire marshal and building inspectors do all the fire and life safety inspections. We have 2 fire marshals, and then our chief building official, who's here in the audience, Trent Maxwell, has a staff of 3 additional building officials in addition to him.
So I guess if they submit the drawings, it's approved locally, you don't have a delay. When's the conflict? Where's the conflict with the delay? You may approve them, but yet then the fire marshal not approve them. Where's that delay?
Up until recently, there isn't. Now there's the concern of kind of these retroactive inspections for the type of construction and the type of exemption, which I will take exception to the idea that there's a baseline and cities are conscientiously lowering that hard deck. I do believe what cities are doing, which is allowed under the statutes and our interpretation of in the IBC, you find alternatives to safety. You're not lowering the deck. You're finding alternatives which industry-wide everybody will accept. Fire sprinklers do not have a monopoly on the only thing that's safe in buildings in Kansas. So there are other alternatives, and what cities have done have adopted alternatives to that. So we may look at a set of plans, work with the developer to consider their alternatives that have been previously approved by our city commission after a recommendation from a board of trade professionals. Adopt those, they get their building plans, and then we inspect along the way. So right now, we don't have delays. I mean, right now, we're very proud of being able to turn around projects 10 days for full construction plan review. And if there's some things where they don't meet fire life safety requirement, we send it back to them and say, hey, you need to correct these 3 or 4 things, get it back. We'll turn that around in 5 days. Right now, our understanding is the turnaround time, if this were to all go back to the state of Kansas and you all do all the inspections for the entire state, right now, every time one of those sets of plans go back and forth, it is 30+ days. And you don't exactly have the biggest cities with the most projects going on that are under the auspices of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. In fact, you have a collection of various, with the exception of the most recent one, medium to small sized cities. If you were to take on all of this statewide, the Wichitas, the Hutchinsons, the Salinas, all of the Johnson County, Garden Cities, Dodge Cities, Hayes, my guess is, I mean, you can't hire enough people. There aren't that many people in Kansas to hire to, I guess unless we all do what KCK did and get rid of all our folks, and you guys hope they move to Topeka.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with just a little philosophy from C.S. Lewis. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. And I think that frame of thought, I think, applies to any of our agencies, our state agencies, in that the work that you're trying to do doesn't rise above all else, right? And I think that's one of our conversations today is what is the appropriate authority and execution of that authority of, in this case, the state fire marshal. Mr. Miller and Mr. Allen, could you come up just real quick? So Mr. Engholm stated that he believes that the State Fire Marshal's office has done a great job of communication, collaboration, and equal application of laws and regulations. Would you agree with that statement?
In the instance, I will say that they've spoke to that and used the word collaboration, willingness to get on the phone together, to talk about things. I think there's the action side of that too. And was there compromise? Was there a willingness to back off the stance? There's absolutely a willingness to talk. I appreciate that. On the action side of the House, it appears to be a hard stance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, my members primarily communicate with their cities and counties. Those are their regulatory bodies as ones and twos. The fire marshal doesn't have any authority over us, so we don't communicate with him a lot. That's not good. That's not bad. That's just kind of how it is. I think what we've seen is what we believe to be sort of a stretch of the interpretation of what single ones and twos are. When you look in the codes, there are variances and alternatives within the codes that are allowable. Mr. Allen mentioned those earlier. For example, many of you probably went down to Kansas Avenue today to grab lunch. And if you look at the buildings, say between, depending on whether you went to the Pennant or Iron Rail, between 8th and 7th or 8th and 9th, is that one building or is that 8 buildings? There are separations between those buildings. So as you look at a townhouse, there are separations allowable within the codes that divide those things. And so depending on your interpretation, that might be a single family residence or it might be an apartment under state law. And what we've seen pretty consistently is an application, we believe, of the apartment, which gives the fire marshal authority over them, and not recognizing the alternative codes. I probably didn't do a good enough job of mentioning it earlier, but I mentioned that the Heartland ICC director pointed out that the variances within the Sedgwick County code, which Mr. Labrum mentioned, were accepted in some places and not accepted in others. Very common variance, fire separation walls. In the memo that the fire marshal sent to cities, he noted that the NFPA said that fire separation walls are an effective deterrent, not as good as fire sprinklers. So we appear to be at a point where perfect is the victim, or good is the victim of perfect, I would say.
Okay.
Senator, may I, one follow-up example? I do think there was a really, on the surface level, well-intentioned effort of the State Fire Marshal's office, and I don't know, Mark can talk about whether or not that was their initiative or they were partnered with somebody else in the initiative, to get around into communities and talk about the upgrade of the code. Much needed. We're 100% behind them in upgrading the code. The idea that the best standard out there is a 2006 standard and we all ought to live up to it is comical. These listening sessions laid out a couple hours, and there was a very well-done presentation, very polished presentation, using words like collaboration, working together, hand in hand, state and locals, builders, et cetera, all that. When it got to the Q&A time, there was comments provided by an out-of-area, at least the one in Southwest Kansas, comments provided by an out-of-area sprinkler retailer. And then there were comments provided by some locals. After one or two questions that were probing from locals, the session was shut down. More than a half hour ahead of time. The allotted time was prescribed much longer. It was shut down, done. Our Builders Association was kind of turned to some of us at the city level, and what was that all about? And so again, the intent, get around, talk locally, especially when someone from Topeka comes out to Southwest Kansas, that's greatly appreciated. It doesn't happen that often from state agencies, frankly. And so that was a plus. The idea of working together is a plus. The words that were used were a plus. The action when it came up against, obey or else was the part that came across sour.
Thank you. Mr. Ingham, can you come up just briefly? So I think you're hearing from some of your constituents that there's maybe a little bit of a disagreement in maybe what your goals and objectives are and what's happening out in the real world. I would encourage you to exercise the discretion of your office and the state fire marshal's office to exercise some discretion and flexibility in working with people. I think maybe we're discounting the amount of flexibility that you really have. But I also think that this committee would entertain certainly legislative remedy to help. You know, one of the things we talked about as a committee goal was to identify opportunities for government to serve its people better. I think that the interface with what's happening with KDADS and the State Fire Marshal is an example of that, and where there might be able to be a legislative remedy or opportunity. So I'd encourage you to think about that and bring those opportunities and ideas to this committee. And I also encourage you to listen to your constituents today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Not for anybody in particular, but it was mentioned earlier about an apparent change in things. In other words, once plans have been developed and construction has started, then things all of a sudden seem to change once it appeared to be approved. I know about 5 years ago, our local school had an issue with that, and frustrating and expensive. Does anybody want to address that?
I'm not really sure.
Well, one of the conferees earlier today mentioned about, you know, like a sprinkler system. They thought they were on board, everything was set. They moved forward with the construction, and then suddenly it was changed, and they had to do something different.
So one of the situations that we were talking about was the Garden City situation, for example, in which they were building buildings with 4 dwelling units, and our state fire code that we've adopted, and I have, right, says that that's supposed to be sprinklered, and they chose not to do that during their process, so that we got involved. So what we ended up doing is working with them and collaborating, and I gave them a variance from state law, which is allowed. They can come to us, ask for that variance, and that could have been done in the beginning of this whole process, but there was not the communication.
Right.
If they had come to us and said, we would like to build these, we would like to not put sprinklers in them for whatever reason, and then they'd said, but we're willing to do this, this, and this to bring up and protect a similar or greater level of protection, that's great. The law allows that, and I encourage people to do that. We've told the organizations that, or the groups that have the concerns about their residents, that they're welcome to contact us, write the deal. Through the law, it allows me to give that official, what am I looking for here? It's been a long day. Variance from the law. But there's a process that we have to go through that's set out in the law also that has to be in writing. They have to claim one of 2 things. We go through that process, and I'm happy to do that. But I can't just, without that process, I can't just tell someone the law doesn't apply to them. I think that's a vast overreach of my position in what the law that you have passed and developed to us.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you there. The one I was thinking about, though, was one where they'd put a sprinkler system in, and then it was told it wasn't the right one or whatever like that, and they thought what they were doing was approved, and then they had to come back in and redo it, different meter, different water supply, everything else, and that was what I was thinking about, and I can't remember who. I did make a note of it. I'm not sure who it was.
And I apologize not knowing anything. Where was that at? And I can look into it for you if you'd like.
It was mentioned today. I can't remember. Do you remember who?
What was it, Linda?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association. Yes, this was a member down in the Wichita area, Comfort Homes, and the home at 441 Morningside. Original Building plans were reviewed and approved with one type of sprinkler system, yet after construction was fully underway, KSFM revised its decision and required a much larger wet system. This change added $15,000 to $20,000 in unexpected cost, required a new engineered water line from the city, forced us to heat the garage to accommodate the system. While we appealed, the process dragged on for months with vague requests for documentation, variance letters, and other administrative hurdles. Only after weeks of delay did we receive a direct answer that the previously approved system would not be accepted. The ordeal delayed construction by nearly 3 months, costing not only the added expense of upgraded system, but also lost revenue from the delayed opening. And that I can provide to you. That was not submitted in time for me to get that over to you to be in your packet. But Chairwoman, I'll be happy to send that over to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's what I had in mind. You know, this isn't a type of deal to try to drag somebody out the carpet and, you know, draw in a court or anything like that. Just try to kind of bring things to attention. And this predates, you know, your tenure, but our school had a situation where everything was planned, everything was approved, fire marshal, everything like that. And then with final inspection, they decided, well, no, it needed a different wall. It needed this and that, and a different fire suppression, well, not fire suppression, fire water. I mean, it's a rural school. They don't have fire hydrants. And so it was lack of understanding about how our rural area fights fires. But the bottom line is, I think that there's some things like that sometimes create issues down the road, and maybe we could avoid those.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the questions that was brought up just now, and that's on variances. And can those variances be done locally? Can those variances, like, for instance, I'm going to use Garden City because they're there. Could Garden City, when they review the plans, he said, I've got a fourplex. I want to put a 2-hour separation between each one of these units. And with that variance, I don't have to have sprinkler systems. Can that be done locally, or does that have to come directly to your office?
So by state statute, that has to be done by the fire marshal.
Again, fire marshal.
The state fire marshal.
State fire marshal.
Yes. Anything below the state code, any variance below the state standard has to be through our office, but that is state law.
Is there any variances in the code that are stated, okay, if sprinklers would be what we would desire, is what was required. Sure. But if you do this, are there anything in code like that that identifies what you would accept?
So what we have done is, so not in the 2006 code that we have. However, if they come to us with a newer version or something new technology, that's one of the things that are allowed in that state statute for variances. So if they come to us, we can offer that. We can offer, if they want to say in the 2018 code it allows this, then we can give a variance for that.
And the question, I think, that some communities, and maybe Wichita is one of those, they're not dealing with the 2006 code. They're dealing with the 2024 code. And are you making your rulings on the 2006 code? They're dealing with 2024. Is that right?
Exactly. And this is the problem we've had and continue to have today. And we are no closer right now to getting a new code in place than.
So my question, though, is if it is allowed in the 2024 code that Wichita is going by, can the Wichita fire marshal make that variance to, if I'm going to talk about sprinklers again, 2006 you have to have sprinklers. 2024 you can put in firewalls that are 2-hour firewalls. Can the Wichita fire marshal say this is approved because it's approved in the 2024 code?
We don't have that process in state law that would allow a local entity to dip below what the state standard is. The state law has it set up so that if it's at the minimum state level, then it has to be handled at the state level. If we do away with some of these problems, the these all come in, I'm not an attorney. Those of you who understand home rule and the different processes about that, uniform force and effect, if we don't have that, then we have no uniform. So therefore, we have to kind of defend that issue. Now, the question becomes, what's that minimum? I think if we were all on the same version of the code, we'd be in a much, much better place. Much of the issues we're having here are because of the version we're at. And I would love to adopt tomorrow the 2024 code. But the reality is, the last time they were 3 years into that process. And again, these codes are developing every 3 years. They were 3 years into that process when there was a change of administration in the Attorney General's office, and they lost, basically they lost it. And it wasn't until after I came in, and I was told it was in the works, that about 6 months after I came into this office, we found out they hadn't been working on it. It had just disappeared. So they found it, but in the meantime, somewhere in the change of administration, it hadn't been worked on. So again, very frustrated with the rules and regulation process, which we had a way to get these things taken care of. I think that would take care of a lot of the issues we're dealing with. I also would love to see if there's a way within this issue we have with uniform force and effect to allow the cities to have more leeway. I agree. I would like that. But then we're talking about basically 2 counties and about 50 cities in the state versus the other 550 cities in the state of Kansas and the other 103 counties. So we're trying to make sure, what do we do to provide a level of service to them while at the same time, do you see where I'm going with that? It's just, the balancing act here is very strange. And I also respect that the fact that you are the ones who make the law, I'm just the one who's to carry it out. I'm not going to set aside if you've passed, and I understand it wasn't you personally, but if the legislature and the governor at some point went through, had hearings like this and decided this is the policy of the state of Kansas, it's not my place to set that aside. I have to follow, I believe that I should be following those laws that are passed. And then in that direction, I think we get into a really slippery slope and a dangerous area when we allow people who are appointed like myself to start creating laws or moving them around in ways that are convenient.
I don't think that's the intent of what we were asking.
Not at all.
But I do think that we have the frustration. We've seen the frustration today with interpretations of laws, and I think it comes down to whether it's 2006 or later, what's allowed here is not allowed here, and that's where the question lies. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Sean, did you have something along these lines?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would if you'd allow me, Senator Alley. So Fire Marshal is right? If a local municipality wants to seek a variance, they're supposed to submit their code variance request to the Fire Marshal. This is all included in KAR 22-1-1, in case you want to be really wonky and look it up. And that is subsection A. I think the important part that may be missing from this discussion, and I think you heard this mentioned from a municipality earlier, is subsection B, which reads, if you'll allow me for a second, each alternate method of fire protection that has been approved by a local board of appeals as a substitute for strict compliance with code requirements shall be deemed to be in compliance with the Kansas Fire Prevention Code. So we're focusing awful hard on subsection A, and we appear to not be talking about subsection B. So we've seen some local municipalities who have put these forward, taken a look at them, taken in a vote at a local Board of Appeals process, and then implemented those variances. Those are alternate means of reaching the code. Those are not ignoring the code. They're not going below the code. They're alternatives to strict compliance. So thank you very much.
Mark, did you have a response to that?
Well, just if I may, that's not the KAR I was referring to. I'm referring to state statute. And if the committee wants, I can refer to the actual statute here. It's Kansas Statute 31-136 that sets up how we can do exemptions and variances. So it's actually governed by state law, not by a KAR.
Immediately when there's a reference to statute, I see our revisers grab their pen and make a notation. So I will ask for clarification on that, on how variances are handled from our revisers. Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Quick question for you, Mark. Are there any federal guidelines that hamstring us at all, or literally are the statutes the governing, document that we deal with regard to the requirements of the state law for fire?
The answer is it depends. Okay. And the short answer is when we're dealing mainly with CMS regulated facilities, any facility that takes Medicare or Medicaid payments, then we are beholden. Our agency gets the honor of being contracted by KDADS to be the folks that have to go in and enforce that on behalf of CMS. And that's, we could have a discussion all day about that. But they have adopted the same, basically just a different version, but the same code, NFPA 101, that we have to go into and use. Of course, it's with their interpretations. And that actually has gotten, that relationship has gotten a lot better over the last year with some changes of staff up at their level. But it was ugly there for a little while where we were getting, in fact, they replaced the person who was dealing with us. So we ended up being the bad guys, but we were being given direction from the federal side. So
I guess the reason I ask that is because, this kind of harkens back to COVID when there was a blanket, everybody has to get this, everybody has to be shut down, everybody has to wear a mask 6 feet apart. And then we found out a lot of that was wrong. It seems to me that to give a little more local control, would you agree that it would be better overall to lower the bar a little bit for what the state requires so it gives a little more latitude for the locals? Because, I mean, what works in the Sedgwick County is not going to work in some of these smaller counties because they don't have the resources, and let them make those decisions about the safety standards that they can reasonably set.
And Senator, I think you're reading my mind. So currently we are looking at creating what's called a custom code for Kansas based on the 2024 International Fire Code. So, and I didn't talk about this, and I'll just try to keep this short. I know we're all tired. It's been a long day. I get that. And if I don't know how you keep it up, they're definitely, my hat's off to you. But these national codes, one of the reasons that we as a state adopt those and so many cities adopt these national codes is because they're made so robustly and they're made with all the different stakeholders in the room and they're defensible in court. When we start making our own rules without having all those things, it becomes much more difficult for us to defend those codes, right? Those rules, when we make them locally. So what we're trying to do is we're basing this on the 2024 International Fire Code. Our intent is to make that truly a minimum safety standard. Our intent is to create a minimum level across the state that the cities are comfortable with and they can build on top of. That's the direction that I would like to go. And I think knowing the complicated regulatory framework and how the home rule issues and stuff, I think that's the best fit for where we're at. But I'm open to input on how we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
For the record, Brad Crisp, Sedgwick County Fire Marshal, and Senator Alley, I'd like to provide some additional clarification to your question. Looking around the room, I've probably been doing code longer than anybody sitting here. Started in 1997, okay? And so about every 3 to 6 years, I work with my partners, not only in MABCD, but architects, engineers, and others, and develop these code amendment packages. And essentially what code amendment packages are is us tweaking what the letter of the code is to meet some need within our community. Some of them are more restrictive. Some of them are the same. They just say it a different way to provide clarity. And other code amendment packages are interpreted as to be less restrictive. That's why we go in front of a Board of Code Standards and Appeals, in my case, 2 of them, and present those, and then we submit them to the Office of the State Fire Marshal for review and approval or denial. Over the years, I've had some of them denied, and I've had a lot of them accepted. Once those are read into and reviewed by the state fire marshal's office, they become local code. And so to answer your question, a local fire marshal doesn't necessarily have to send something to the state because it's been reviewed by the state as an amendment that's possibly less restrictive than what's in state code. And that's the way it's built. So I will give you a specific example because it's one that Mark and I have some disagreement about. And there's a lot of things that we agree upon. I don't want to make it sound like we don't, but in my local code, in my local amendment package, triplexes and fourplexes do not have to be sprinklered because we have found an alternative to the code, working with the ICC, by the way, to put up barriers, wall barriers, 2-hour firewall barriers. That is viewed as less restrictive by the state, and an argument could be made for that, but we have found an alternative to that process because I think somebody said sprinklers don't always monopolize the code, and that is true. There's other ways to meet the intent of the code. There are a lot of people around that would agree with that, and there are some people around that would disagree with that, but the fact of the matter is we've had that in place since 2006. Mark's stuck in the 2006, and we adopted that almost 20 years ago. And we've continued to do that. We don't have deaths because of that. We don't have injuries because of that. At the end of the day, I'm going to be the one standing in front of the news media explaining why somebody died or why somebody was injured or why they couldn't be rescued, not the state. And I'm comfortable with what we have. And that's what I'm asking for this committee to take into consideration is, yes, of course, the state needs to come up in their code package, and they need to get something more contemporary, but they also need to be able to listen and interact with those of us that have been doing this for a while, and let us help them and let them help us understand what is in the best interests of, in my case, Wichita and Sedgwick County, and the people who live there, because we've been doing this for a while too. We do care about people's safety. We do care about the money that people are spending to buy housing and open businesses, and we want to do what makes sense. And we've offered our services to the state. We want to help them get there, and I think Mark is open to that. But that's one of the methods that we actually use to meet the minimum standards of the codes and not always have to go to the fire marshal's office for a variance request. I hope that helps.
Well, thank you very much. That is exactly was what my concern was. And if a variance is approved, like you've researched it, you said a 2-hour firewall meets the safety requirements, we don't have to sprinkle it in a fourplex.
Precisely.
Why isn't that statewide? Why can't that variance be used statewide in Garden City, in some of these small towns? Why isn't that, once it's approved by one jurisdiction, why can't that be approved by all jurisdictions?
That I cannot completely answer your question. I can tell you that I have shared my code set with dozens of other fire departments and building code departments across the state. And that code language does exist in a number of counties and a number of fire departments. In some places it's been accepted, and in other places it's been rejected. I view it as a local level decision, as a city council or county commission decision. I don't view it as a state decision, but those would be questions to ask of those local jurisdictions that have not used that code amendment, because we've been using it for 20 years.
If, I'm going to say if Garden City, for instance, come up, and the guy says, I want to build a fourplex, I'm going to put 2-hour firewall between them, I don't have to have sprinklers according to what they've done in
Sedgwick County.
Wichita.
That's precisely correct.
Why isn't that approved? Why can't that be approved?
That is not for me to answer. That's a rhetorical question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not actually rhetorical. It's exactly the same process was used in the city of Garden City, just retroactively. A new standard was used by the State Fire Marshal's Office.
So with that, do we have a problem statewide?
These houses are all, these 3plexes and 4plexes without.
Right, but if we have a problem of variance, which has been approved by Wichita, one of our largest communities, and then we come into a smaller community and they say, we're going to do what Wichita says. We're going to follow it there. Why can't that process be approved? Why can't that be approved? What we don't want is, yes, Garden City approves it. And then 6 months later, the state says, we don't validate that because it doesn't meet our approval then. Is that a problem? Is that what we're having?
I don't know if our variance has gone back to 2006, but our locally approved variance that's been sent off as part of our code package has been around for a lot longer than just recently. We just haven't had anybody build those units recently. I would imagine, Brad probably knows better, there's probably several dozen communities, I would guess, that have this variance in their codes. Again, state's arguing that's a lower threshold. We're arguing it's an alternative allowed under the statute. It's an exception. It allows exceptions. So we used the same process. We ended up with a different result.
Yeah, Brad.
So if I may, I mean, you're precisely right. And I said this earlier, some municipalities and counties have chosen to use that amendment. Others have not. If you choose to use it, you have to provide for an alternative protection. If you choose to sprinkler it, like up in the Johnson County area where they choose to sprinkler those, that's perfectly acceptable. Either way, you have met the intent of the code. That would be my argument. So it's up to really the local jurisdiction to decide. And then if the fire marshal wants to provide some insight on that, by all means, I think it's completely appropriate, but I see it as a local authority issue.
One concern again from me, Ms. Once you've made your decision locally, does the fire marshal have the authority to come in and change that?
Not after it's been accepted by his office and adopted at the local level.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to thank everyone for their patience in providing testimony and answering questions. It's been very helpful. This has been an issue we have heard a lot, at least I have, and I know some of my colleagues have heard a lot of frustration. What I'm encouraged by today is hearing that there is openness to dialogue, there's openness for collaboration. What I would suggest, because I don't think this is an issue that's going to go away. My preference as a chair and as a legislator is that the stakeholders bring us a solution. If it requires some statutory change, bring us a solution. I guarantee that's going to be way more palatable to the stakeholders than if the legislature pushes something down that nobody likes. So I am going to take what has been expressed here as a good faith offer to come to the table with all of the stakeholders, including legislators, if there needs to be statutory reform, come up with a solution to some of this, with the variance issue, with the drill issue, with the timeliness issue, with everything that's been brought forward. And I believe that there's a willingness to do that. And see if you can come up with a solution before the legislature imposes something that none of you are probably going to be real happy with. So that's my encouragement to you. I so appreciate all your time and testimony today. Please have safe travels home. Committee, that is our last agenda item. I will make note that tomorrow we start at 10 instead of 9. So enjoy, go to the gym or have an extra cup of coffee or work, whatever you need to do. We will start at 10. Very excited. I see Mr. Anderson is here. He's going to be presenting an update on the Inspector Generals, what their work has been. And then in the afternoon, we are going to have a presentation on how AI can help us find efficiencies in government. So with that, is there anything else for the good of the whole? Seeing none, we are adjourned. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, make sure you get your voucher signed from Connie, and with that